That one is unique. And
Time. Order, Madam Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. May we take this moment for a silent prayer or meditation. Amen. Sifundazwe Mide. Honorable members, good morning once more. We will now go to item 2 on the order paper, obituaries and other ceremonial matters. We are going to request all of you, honorable members, to take a moment to remember in our thoughts and prayers all those souls who have departed from us since our last sitting, either due to natural causes or otherwise. Amongst them is 8-year-old Yamkela from the Ntongweni area in Bazwana, whose little body was found on the 26th of November. She had been beheaded and suspected to have been raped too. All other victims of gender-based violence like Yamkela, femicide and hate crimes, public servants and traditional leaders of this province and the country, various victims of road accidents and others who have lost their lives in our province during the recent times that may not have been mentioned by name. I therefore request all of us to rise to observe a moment of silence in honor of the memory of those who have gone before us. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, we're now moving to item 3 on the order paper, which is announcements by the Speaker. The first one is voting announcement on party voting during the sitting. Honorable members are reminded that this sitting will be conducted in terms of our standing rules regarding party voting, Rule 2884, which states that, I quote, the presiding officer or chairperson must before or at the start of the discussion on the matter expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken, close quote. In line with the above, I can confirm that voting will take place on the midterm performance or midterm budget performance reviews reports 2024-25, the 2024 Women's Parliament held in uThukela district, and the audit findings and SCOPA resolutions. Honorable members, kindly bear in mind that a party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present at a virtual sitting, up to the total membership of party in the sitting. I will, however, allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party, or to opt to abstain if a member wishes to do so. We will now proceed with the rest of the items on the order paper, and the next item is apologies. The received apologies is the one from Honorable Ms. NBZ Tele and Honorable Ms. I.H. Manchero Bashiela, who are at the NCOP in Cape Town. We will then move to item number 4, announcements or reports by the Premier.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. There is no announcement from the people.
Thank you, LOGP. We will now move to item 5, which is tabling of reports or papers. The first one is the Standing Committee on Oversight, consideration of the 2024-25 Mid-Year Budget Performance Report. Second one is the Portfolio Committee on Finance, a report on 2024-25 Mid-Year Budget Performance Hearings. Honorable members, chairpersons and MECs, is there any other tabling that we may not have recorded that has been made? Seems like we are fine. We will always leave the window open. We now move to item 6, which is the formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. I now give the opportunity to the Honorable Chief Whip Mpepete.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, There is no formal motions and notices from the office of the chief whip until further notice. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the next item, which will be member statements. I will call upon Honorable LJ de Klerk. The preamble on your behalf, Honorable de Klerk.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, stock farmers across KwaZulu-Natal have expressed growing frustration over the persistent challenges they face regarding dipping chemicals and the ongoing shortage of dipping tanks, an issue that has persisted since 2014. These challenges are putting livestock at risk, threatening the livelihoods of farmers and food security of our province. The situation requires urgent attention to ensure that the agricultural sector, a vital part of our economy, does not continue to suffer due neglect. Farmers need adequate support to protect their livestock from diseases and maintain productivity. What concrete measures is the Department of Agriculture implementing to address these shortages and assist stock farmers who feel abandoned? Thank you.
Any MEC that wants to respond? If there is none, we will move. Honorable P.N. Msimango.
Somlomo omuhle. Greetings. As we approach the end of the year, the matric class of 2024 is finishing their final exam. To mark this milestone, many students celebrate with quote-unquote pens-down parties, but these celebrations, which often involve heavily drinking and reckless driving, have claimed too many lives of young people. Entertainment venues, clubs, taverns, and lifestyle centers are bracing for this event. Sadly, the aftermath is all too predictable. Dreams shattered, life lost, and future ruined by the few horrors of a reckless celebration. With the alarming rise of human trafficking and gender-based violence, this pens-down event only increased the risk of vulnerable youth. At this time, trafficking
Tabizolo. Any MEC that wants to respond? If there is none, we will move. MEC Education.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government Business, MECs, and all honourable members. We support the statement. The department we have issued a warning to our learners who are also engaged with the STPs and all educators to work with us to ensure that we warn our learners to not be part of the pen-down events, and we are going to monitor it. Thank you very much.
The next member is Honorable NP Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to honorable members and the MECs. The role of the social workers is invaluable to our society. These dedicated professionals play a critical role in improving lives, from guiding individuals through personal struggles to supporting families in crisis. They are expert in fostering change and ensuring that all people are treated in the dignity and respect. Yet, despite their profound impact, the work of social workers often goes unnoticed and undervalued. The high unemployment rate in our country is a serious issue, and it is hitting our graduates hard. Many are left to languish in poverty, with limited opportunities to use their skills. In KwaZulu-Natal, this crisis is particularly severe, with 3,153 social workers unemployed, the highest number of any province.
If there is none, we will move to the next member, Honorable MEC Social Development.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, thank you very much for the question from the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Indeed, we agree with her that the role of social workers is invaluable in the province, and often, as observed even during disasters, that they are the first ones to arrive to assist our people to cope. And the level of unemployment for our graduates is noted and has been reported to the Portfolio Committee on what we are trying to do. But it is concerning for all of us, because our vision is to have one social worker per ward, which we think we will achieve, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable PM Zuma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is the President Nelson Mandela of the ANC who said that, and I quote, "Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a daughter. It is the son of the man worker can become the head of the mine. That a child of a farm worker can become president of a great nation," close quote. In line with this profound sentiment, the ANC places utmost importance on education, as evident in numerous implemented progressive policies that prioritize education. Therefore, the ANC wishes the class 2024 good luck as they approach the conclusion of their matriculation examination today. Equally, we commend the Department of Education under the leadership of Honorable Shomuga for implementing comprehensive support programs that assisted learners during this trying time, resulting in a stress-free examination.
Malala, any MEC that wants to respond? Okay, MEC Education.
Speaker, we appreciate that. We must applaud the educators and STPs and all organized labor who have been working tirelessly under the difficult situation in schools, and also those that are supporting educators. Today is the last day for matric exam, and there are no cases that were reported to us that means we had good, free matric exam. Thank you.
The next member is Honorable BNC Tole Moloi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The African National Congress fully supports the 16 days of activism campaign against gender-based violence and discrimination against women and children, and we fully declare war against this ugly scourge. Izolo lokhu kutholakale ingane ebidukile inqunyiwe ngapha entshongweni. 3 weeks ago ePortshepstone kutholakale owesifazane owanquma ingane ikhanda wayifaka ibhakedeni. A week ago eLady Smith, a woman was shot and died on the spot. Again, last week we buried a mother who was brutally murdered in her home with her grandchildren. Secondly, we call for the law enforcement to have no mercy on such perpetrators. In the same breath, we note the excellent work conducted by Umnyango wezempilo oholwa imbokodo umagujwa ngokuqikelela ukuthi abantu besimame.
Honorable Sithole Moloi. Thank you. Any MEC? Oh.
Asibonga kakhulu somlomo kuyiqiniso ukuthi udaba le-GBV remain a societal matter, sonke fanele sisukume silwe nalo. Kodwa sifisa amadoda asukume kakhulu abe nesikhathi sim-isolate umuntu owenza okubi emphakathini. Siyambongela kumagudu ukuthi uyabonakala even amabheni akhe sifundazwe sonke ukulwa nolobhubhane nesimo esimbi esenzeke ekuhlaleni. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. We now go to the next member, Honorable Esim Ngadi.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Democratic Alliance, we extend our congratulations to the matriculants of KwaZulu-Natal who have now concluded their 2024 national senior exams. This milestone marks the culmination of years of hard work, perseverance, and dedication, not only by learners, but also by teachers, parents, and school communities alike. We are encouraged by reports of a largely incident-free examination period, reflecting the commitment of key stakeholders, including the Department of Education, the Office of the MEC, and law enforcement, to ensure the integrity of this critical process. However, we cannot ignore findings from the State of Readiness reports that we have compiled, which highlight several challenges of chronically underperforming schools in the province, including infrastructure deficiencies, resource shortages, and an overall lack of academic support. These issues raise serious concerns about whether all learners were equally equipped to excel in their final exams. We also urge the department to strengthen its evaluation and oversight mechanisms to ensure that every school in KwaZulu-Natal receives the necessary resources and support to create an enabling environment for quality education.
And the MEC wants to come.
Again, Speaker, thank you. We appreciate the statement or the comments made. We are working with all stakeholders already indicated to ensure that we provide the quality education to our learners, working with educators, and also want to appreciate the role that is played by the portfolio of education in this legislature. All political parties who have been supporting us and also been ensuring that we make sure that we don't disrupt teaching and learning in our school. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa and Honorable Mkhize. I want to draw attention to Rule 56. I just want to draw attention to that rule. Umkhize lo seduze kwakho naye dokotela. Honorable members, the next member is Honorable H.S. Lijat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Izembelo's Q2 performance report reveals a projected underspend of 28 million due to delays in filling 140 critical
Honourable
funding posts.
Lijat, I'm sorry. Honourable member, rules do not allow you to use. Is it here or is it at the gallery? Honourable members on my right, rules do not allow you to use your electronic gadget in a manner that disturbs the other members. You have just done that. Your phones must be either on vibrate or silent. Members on the gallery, if you also have not done that, all of us in the House, we must attend to our phones in that particular fashion. So sorry, Honourable Lijat, you may continue.
Thank you. This is alarming given Izembelo's consistent claims of financial constraints and the severe impact of their ability to protect our reserves, especially given the recent butchering of 20 dehorned rhino. Underspending in the face of pressing operational needs undermines conservation efforts and raises questions about prioritization. What is the urgent plan to fill these critical vacancies and ensure that Izembelo's resources are fully utilized for the protection of our natural heritage? Thank you.
See an MEC to respond to that.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I share the concerns by the honourable member. This entity as KwaZulu-Natal is facing severe financial constraints and budgetary pressures. But the honourable member would be pleased to know that recently the submissions that we made to the honourable Premier for the approval of the filling of the post has been granted up to 22 million rand. So the recruitment process will start soon to enable us to fill these critical posts in order to enable SMVelo KwaZulu-Natal to be able to deal with the problems that the honourable member is raising. On the issue of underspending, yes, it has been a problem, I concede, honourable member, but the honourable member will be pleased that at this stage we have utilised 48% of the budgetary allocation to this entity, which I think honourable member will address the problem cited. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Etia. The next member is Honourable CM Shinga. MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as we approach the festive season and schools prepare to close for holidays, it is crucial that the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal prioritizes the preservation of school infrastructure during this period. Our schools are more than just buildings. They are safe spaces for learning and development, particularly in the underprivileged communities where education is a beacon of hope. However, Honourable Speaker, the closure of schools often leaves them vulnerable to vandalism and general neglect. The NFP urges the Department of Education to implement proactive measures such as increasing security patrols, engaging local community structures, and raising awareness about the importance of safeguarding these facilities. Let us protect these vital resources so that our learners can return to a conducive learning environment in the new year. Ngiyabonga.
MEC to respond.
Speaker, education is a societal matter. It needs everyone to ensure that we protect the infrastructure of the world of education. We are working with CPF, we are working with SAPS and all security cluster to ensure that we protect our school infrastructure. We also protect our people in general, and we are going to make sure that we also activate community members to protect their infrastructure because it's their infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC Thomuka. The next member is Honourable BC Mngadi.
Honourable Speaker, as umkhonto wesizwe party ngiphakama nokukhathazeka okukhulu ngodaba lezinduna zamakhosi ezinganyelwe ngumnyango wakwaKhokhtha KwaZulu-Natal. Kuze kube imanje udaba lwazo lemhlomulo luyinzukayizikeyi emnyangweni kaNgqongqoshe umhlonishwa Buthelezi. Lokho kukhombisa ukuthi ubuholi bukaNgqongqoshe wakwaKhokhtha awubuhloniphi ubukhosi bakwaZulu nemikhandlu yabo yobukhosi. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Any MEC to respond to that?
Ngiyathokoza Somlomo namalungu akhe onifilile. Ngiyafisa ukumqinisekisa umhlonishwa okade buza. Sikhathazeke sonke ngodaba lwemhlomulo yeyinduna ngoba zenza umsebenzi omkhulu kabi. Kanti vese phela seziyahola induna, siyakwazi lokho. Kodwa ke akusili iqiniso ukuthi ingoba umnyango wehluleka. Futhi ke kungenxa nje phela yokuthi uma kukhona ezangakini engakaholi, mhlambe ingenxa yokuthi isikhwama lesi seyimali asenele. Kodwa ngamnika isiqinisekiso sokuthi umnyango lona wakwaKhokhtha ulumele kakhulu udaba lokuba isidima nesithunzi sobukhosi sihlonipheke kakhulu kunokuba abanye bengacabangi nokuba uhlelo lokuphatheka kwezinduna lusebenzeke kahle kakhulu. Siyocela ukuba malunga sibambisane kanye nawo ukuba sifafaze inkulumo eliqiniso nezwakalayo emphakathini ukuze njengamalunga aphuma lapha endlini sikwazi ukuba sikhulume ngazwi linye njengoba sonke simele umphakathi lapha endlini.
Thank you, MEC Reverend Zondi. The next member is Honorable T.A. Nene. Honorable T.A. Nene, is she on?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair of the Session.
Your time is finishing, Mhlonishwa, ungekavezi nobuso. Honorable Nene, your time is finishing. Speak.
The MK Party would like to remind this House that the government have a constitutional obligation to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights.
If you have a problem with your bandwidth, you have to show your face, then you can switch it off. But we need to know that we are speaking to the right member. Show your face and then you can switch it off. Thank you, Honorable. Then you can continue. Thank you.
Party would like to remind this House that the government have a constitutional obligation to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights contained in the Bill of Rights. In particular, the right of access to sufficient water stated in Section 27(1)(b). Water is an essential ingredient to life. It is used every day throughout our daily lives. In Charlestown, in Ward 1, under Newcastle Local Municipality, Slonjane, north of Imutu, people beg to get clean tap water for more than a year now.
Honorable Nene. Any MEC to respond? Honorable members, I am speaking to MECs to respond. If there is none, it's not a crime, we will move. Honorable Z.G. Ngobo.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this is a very touching and heartbreaking matter. Due to social ills in our communities, we find ourselves experiencing this sad problem where families are headed by children. We saw this problem escalating even more during COVID-19 pandemic. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we do not believe that this matter should solely be left in the hands of the Department of Social Development, but it's the societal matter that requires all of us to do something in this time of need. Yes, the department should be playing a leading role since it is one of its mandate and competence. We expect them to give us the assurance that as we move towards holidays, these kind of families will be taken care of. The MEC can count on us for support in this regard. I thank you.
An MEC to respond? MEC to respond. If there is none, it's fine. Oh, thank you, MEC Social Development.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, thank you very much for the input. Indeed, we recognize that times like COVID-19 as well as the unrest left so many fatalities. But as the Department of Social Development, we are leading, as we know that the government provided the relief, but also we come very close to child-headed households, giving them support through the relief grants as well as school uniform and many other interventions. But I do want to assure the honourable member that as the cluster of departments, education, health as well as agriculture, there are programs aligned to that to give support to the child-headed household. But indeed, the MK party today pledges their support that they will work with us in dealing with this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. The next member is L. Maqhekwana. Honorable L. Maqhekwana.
Honorable Speaker, it concerns us as the MK party that in this country and in this province in particular, no much attention is paid towards the development of cooperatives as form of business. Most of the time, the government regards cooperatives as mere community projects, hence we have so much failure rates in cooperatives in this country. Even the National Department of Small Business has really done nothing much in empowering cooperatives as form of business that helps to alleviate poverty and reduce unemployment. We understand the challenges facing this type of business, starting from skills and capacity of its members as well as underfunding. But this is where the government must intervene, capacitate the members of cooperatives, open doors for markets where they can sell their products as well as financial management skills. In other countries like Mondragon in Spain, this kind of business is called social economy. It is our plea as Umkhonto that each department develops a clear plan on how to uplift and develop cooperatives whose businesses are in line with the mandate of the particular department, as it is possible to have cooperatives under each department.
Thank you, Honorable Maqhekwana. MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure the Honorable Member would be pleased to know that cooperatives are part and parcel of a myriad of interventions that not only us in the Department of Ed here, but also in the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is being considered and is being encouraged in order to assist as much as possible members of the community, especially the young people, in order to ensure that we uplift them. Honorable members, please be assured that we are as concerned as you are about the state of poverty that exists in our communities. Were it not for budgetary constraints, everybody would be going home and would be going to sleep, at least with some bread on the table and food in the stomach. But we are committed to doing everything to assist those formations in the communities so that we could work with them in order to alleviate poverty, especially the issue of encouraging cooperatives and funding them in order to uplift our communities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Seme, Honorable Dex, Rule 56. The next member is the Honorable SD Mabaso.
Somlomo, ngaphambi ka-1994 isikhungo sezimali esilekelele abantu bakithi abahlala emalokishini ngokuthenga izindlu esibizwa nge-Ithala Development Corporation elaziwa kakhulu nge-Ithala Bank. Abantu abaningi emalokishini njengakoNdengezi, Lamontville, Claremont babethola imali yokuthenga imizi. Selincoma kakhulu igalelo le-Ithala Bank ngokuba usizo ukunceda abantu bakithi ngezikhathi ezinzima zobandlululo. Somlomo, inkinga ekhona uma abantu beqeda ukukhokhela lezi zindlu kuba nzima ukuthi bethole amatayitela, okuyisimo esingesihle kubanini balemizi, kakhulukazi laba sebethathe umhlala phansi. Siyakuncoma kakhulu ukungenelela kuka-President uJacob Zuma awakhomanda ngokuthi ngesikhathi sakhe sewungqongqoshe wa-Economic Development kulesifundazwe, ihhovisi lakhe lakwazi ukuxhumana ne-Ithala Bank ukuze kukwazi ukudedelwa kwamatayitela kwaqhubeka kahle ngaleso sikhathi, kwaze kwaba nezinkinga esingazazi sizadale yini. Kube yimanje kunabantu abangakawatholi amatayitela abo kumanje.
Is there any MEC who wants to respond?
Inhlonishwa somlomo namalungu ahloniphekileyo nabahlonishwa bakhona. Kuliqiniso impela okusho uMashobane ukuthi ithala kusenzima kakhulu lahamba phambili ukusiza imiphakathi ikakhulukazi esemalokishini nesemakhaya ukuba nayo ihlomule ohlelweni lokwakhiwa kwezindlu. Lisaqhubeka ke nokubasiza ukuba kwenzeke lokho. Udaba lwamatayitela udaba olungathinti nje kuphela isakhiwo sethala kodwa udaba oluthinta uhlelo lomasipala ngoba lezo indawo zilapho. Ngakho ke singafisa uba umhlonishwa njengoba ephakamisa kanje kunokuba siphakamisa izandla lesikhale ukuthi akukho okwenzakalayo. Sibasize phela njengamalungu ahloniphekile alendlu abantu ukuba sibabhalise sibe nelisti sikwazi ukuthi sibahambisele ngoba phela kuwumsebenzi wethu njengamalungu alendlu ukuba labo masipala bangawakhipha amatayitela sibasize ukuthi nampa abantu sebakha izindlu sekudinga ukuthi babe namaphepha abakhombisayo ukuthi bangabanikazi abaphelele nabanamagunya okuba nalawo ma-properties. Ngiyabothoza Somlo.
The next member, thank you MEC Reverend Zondi. The next member is the Honorable W.N. Mkhize.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great pride that I extend an open invitation to the entire House to join us on Friday, the 15th December, at the iconic Moses Mabhida Stadium in Durban, as we celebrate a one-year anniversary of Umkhonto Wesizwe. This milestone is a celebration of unity, resilience, and shared vision that we all strive for, a future for all South Africans. I believe, honourable members, that you are all
honourable members
at heart. Perhaps you have not yet realized it, but the values of justice and
Honourable Mkhize on my right. Continue, Honourable Mkhize on my left.
Let this occasion be a moment where we come together in solidarity, not as a political rival, but as a servant of the people. We're looking forward to seeing you there. Long live Msholozi, long live.
Any MEC who wants to respond to that? The next member to do a member statement is the Honourable T. Nkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. The festive season is here. We must be ready for influx of holidaymakers and tourists to KZN. We were happy that road fatalities were less in 2023, even though there was a heavy rain. We pray that the 2024 season will be without any fatalities. We send love and condolences to all families who have lost their loved one in the road accident. As the economic freedom fighters, we urge the Department of Transport to alert road users of a big potholes, broken street light, and road construction sites which are badly at night. We must be proactive and make sure that our people indeed arrive alive. Thank you.
An MEC wants to respond.
Sibonge kakhulu Somlomo, sibonge negalelo esidala uMadlanga Amandla ukuthi azoqwashisa. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal kufanele wonke umuntu azi ukuthi alifakwa libuya nesaphula umthetho. Uma ungena ngase-Harrismith ngako-Van uzobe uzongena kwi-police station esoyakha Somlomo ukuthi abantu bangene baphephe esifundazweni. Noma uqhamuka kogolela ngaseSwatini kuyoba njalo futhi siyoba nezindawo zonke nje eziyivimbamgwaqo noma uqhamuka ngaseLegislature Cape ko-Port Edward sobe siyenza udaba olunjalo ngoba ucwaningo lethu lukuvezela ukuthi uma ulibonile iphoyisa u-200 kilometers usuke usakhumbula uqwashile futhi ukuthi-ke umthetho ukhona, umthetho uyagcina. Nathi kuyasikhathaza kakhulu ukuthi abantu bakithi kanti bezojabula mase beba nenkinga emgwaqweni. Bazobe khona ke abakasidlodlo, bazobe khona abaka Home Affairs, bazobe khona RTI sine joint operation next week siyobe siyolauncha nje ukukhulela ngoqo elizobe ihlanganisa wonke umuntu so that iKwaZulu-Natal iqhubeka iziqhaje uma befikile abantu sifisa ukuthi ngo25 ngomhla ka1 baziboneka besemaholidini thina sobe sibagadele ukuthi emgaqweni isimo sambe kahle nezivimba mgwaqo zizobe zigcweleke noma ngabe umhlonishwa kodwa uma uhamba nje emgaqweni ungekho kahle siyokuvalela futhi uphuzile siyakuvalela ukwenza sure ukuthi isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal singesiphephile kakhulukazi. Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo.
Honorable Dex, I request your assistance. Can you read to me the surname behind you? Honorable Mabaso, please stand. Thank you. The Honorable Mabaso behind you. No. The next one, yes. Huh? So the honorable member that is sitting in the wrong place. It's not your seat, honorable member. The one you touched first, honorable member. Honorable Madondo. It's Honorable Madondo there. May you stand, Honorable Madondo. Please withdraw what you said about Honorable Ndebele. And you, sir?
Honorable Speaker, I don't remember what I said about Honorable Member. I didn't say anything about Honorable Member.
Honorable members, when you are called honorable, it's not because it's a general term. It's because what you say here is assumed to be truthful and honest. When the Honorable MEC was speaking, you were busy saying, when you were saying, even if awukho kahle, you were busy saying Mafika. In this house, Mafika is Honorable Ndebele. Please withdraw that.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, now we want us to go forward with that. We will go forward with that because you were shouting here, and when we hear it this side, it's because it is also heard. Because, Honorable Member, you were saying it. I just wanted you to withdraw it. Just withdraw it, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker.
I don't know who you are, but I'm sure that I am not speaking to you.
Honorable Speaker.
I am sure I'm not speaking to you.
Honorable Speaker, I don't have a problem of withdrawing or apologizing. It's just that I don't remember saying anything directly to Honorable Mafika.
You are not saying directly, you are saying Mafika. Honorable Makakwana, take your seat and look properly. You have whips in your party. In case you don't know, Honorable Makakwana, these are the whips. They represent you. Honorable Makakwana is busy speaking and looking back. Just withdraw that, Honorable Madondo, and we continue.
No, Honorable Speaker, even though I don't remember, for the peace sake, let me withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Take your seat. Now, Honorable Members, we have come to the end of the member statements. We are now on the next item on the order paper, which is the debate, Honorable Members, and voting on the midterm budget performance reviews, reports. And we will start with the report by the Chairperson of Finance on the midterm budget performance reviews for 2024. The Chairperson will have 10 minutes. The Chairperson of the Finance is Honorable M.E. Zungwana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The leader of government business, Honorable MSC Duma and the leader of the ANC in the province, Honorable MSCs, honorable members, I greet you all. On the 12th of November 2024, the Finance Portfolio Committee received a comprehensive briefing from the Provincial Treasurer on the mid-year budget performance report for the 24-25 financial year. The committee, with the assistance of the Provincial Treasury, identified a sample of 5 departments and 3 entities which were invited to attend the mid-year budget performance reviews with the Finance Portfolio Committee. Provincial Treasury also assisted our committee with pre-hearing briefings prior to each hearing. The committee extends its sincere appreciation to the Provincial Treasury officials for their support during these hearings. During the hearings, the department had to respond to all the issues raised by the members of the Portfolio Committee based on the 24-25 mid-year budget performance report. This pertains to the expenditure of the departmental budget at mid-year, as well as projected over expenditure at year-end. The committee noted the practice of some departments and entities whereby the allocated funds to fill vacant posts, but were deliberately avoiding to fill these posts so that they can use the allocated funds for other purposes, while reprioritizing of the budget is allowed by the PFMA. The practice is of deliberately not filling funded vacant posts must be avoided and must not be allowed. The province, in aggregate, collected about 2.015 billion in the first half of the 24-25 collection, collecting about 104.8% against the mid-year projection. This means that the revenue collection are higher than anticipated in the first half of the year. However, the revenue collection was low at 48.2% of the annual budget of 4.177 billion. In aggregate, the province is projecting under collection by 30.494 million at the year end, which is unfavorable for the provincial fiscal framework. The largest projected under collection is displayed by health with 99.334 million and education 19.22 million. On the mid-year expenditure, the total spending for the first 6 months was 77.387 billion, with the province showing a projected overspending of about 8.172 billion at the end of the financial year. The bulk of the projected over expenditure is reflected by the Department of Health at 4.705 billion and education at 2.360 billion. The spending pressures are already visible, with 51.4% of the annual budget spent by mid-year, compared to 50% straight line benchmark. It is noted that a large portion of the projected over expenditure relates to the 2024 wage agreement, as well as the carry-through impact of the 21-22 MTF budget cuts, which some departments continue to find it difficult to adjust. The Portfolio Committee reminds the accounting officers to ensure compliance with Section 392 of the PFMA, which places the responsibility on the accounting officers to take appropriate steps to prevent any overspending of the vote of the department or a main division within a vote. The departments were urged to take an urgent and immediate steps to ensure that they remain within the budget at the end of the financial year, and departments showing projected over expenditure are required to prepare fully costed turnaround plans that will show the step they are taking to ensure that they remain within the budget at the end of the financial year. On the conditional grants, the National Treasury approved 263.741 million conditional grant rollover from 23-24 for Human Settlement Development Grant. Actual conditional grant expenditure was 11.894 billion, or at least 46.8% of the adjusted budget of 25.396 billion spent by the mid-year. All grants reflect a balanced budget at the year end. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee met on the 27th, which was yesterday, to adopt its report and accompanying resolution based on the 24-25 mid-year budget performance report. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I would like to thank members of the Executive Council that attended the hearings with their departments, the accounting officers, the accounting authorities of the entities, and the accounting officers and officials of various departments and provincial treasurer and legislature for the support, for their assistance and cooperation during the hearings. Honorable Speaker, I must mention that the support that we've received, in particular from the MECs, is humbling. We really request that they keep up such work. I would like also to thank the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee for their dedication, commitment, and their work for overseeing the management and expenditure of the public funds. The Finance Portfolio Committee's report and resolutions are taken during the hearings for the 24-25 mid-year budget performance report are hereby submitted for adoption by the provincial legislature. In particular, Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the support we've received from the Honorable MEC for Finance. Thank you, sir, for your support, and let's continue to work for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I thank you.
Thank you. The next on the podium is the Honorable Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight for 5 minutes, the Honorable L.J. de Klerk, also to table the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to read out the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight for the consideration of the 2024-2025 mid-year review budget performance. In introduction, the Standing Committee on Oversight met on Tuesday, the 26th of November 2024, and was taken through the mid-year performance of Vote 2, that is the provincial legislator. The performance information, the committee wished to commend the legislator for a well-executed on-board process following the 2024 general elections. Whilst the process was executed well, the committee has noted that as a result of the processes aligned with the beginning of the term, oversight activities had to start late. Noted were the following. 1, non-programming of sector parliaments and symposia that would have normally been held between March and July 2025. This has led to what is reflecting as a saving under goods and services budget. 2, most committees of the legislature had their empowerment and planning workshops from the end of August to November 2024. And there is still a few committees that will be concluding their workshops in December 2024. Due to the committees still having to hold their workshops, the oversight targets were not met. The 4 targets that were missed were reported to be in program number 2, parliamentary business, with the reason attributed to induction and planning sessions taking longer than anticipated. The committee further noted that the preparatory work and draft reports were prepared and now await committees to process them and provide feedback to the departments. The following are missed targets: focus intervention studies, oversight visits, processing analysis, and departmental quarterly performance reports, International Empowerment Program, which, as we are aware, the legislature has no budget to fund such programs. The committee therefore calls on the legislator to ensure that as from the third quarter, the institution starts catching up with the missed targets. So it means that we as a legislator needs to work a bit harder to catch up what was caused by the elections and a new term. It is also very important to take note that the legislator is extremely hard hit by the cost cuts and the financial strain that we have. So I expect all members to work hard without any consideration of personal circumstances. Do not put yourself before this legislator. This is our house. Let's work together to work, even if we don't have money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Slalo. Honorable members, now we are on members debating. The first member to open the debate is the Honorable Esame of MK for 11 minutes. Thank you.
No, it's fine. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Inkosi Babuchilizi, honorable members of the House, people at the gallery, commanders morning. Honorable Speaker, this report is indeed the true reflection of what has happened during the committee hearings processes done by the Finance Portfolio Committee. The unfortunate parts we are facing here in Parliament, except for the parties of the GNU stationed and smoking wagon, is that we are to adjust the budgets we had not prepared. We are to approve a budget we had not prepared, but it was found in the offices when we arrived. It is said that we are to live with this for the whole financial year, and it has given birth to more problems. We are to nurture them for the benefits of people of KwaZulu-Natal, because the PFMA says we adjust, and when adjusting, we are not adding nor deleting, but working with numbers to move within the crowd. Deliberations were made on the report, and it is a true reflection of all the processes we embarked on as the Finance Portfolio Committee. Having said that, we as the MKP, being the choice of people of KwaZulu-Natal, still feel that the provincial budget is not, in fact, responding to what the people of KZN want and need. If it wasn't for the laws that regulates the way the budget must be adjusted, we would have customized this into KZN. Maybe the people who were here before us migrated from other provinces, and they came here with happenings of other provinces to KZN, which needs to be understood differently. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed colleagues and citizens of our province, the 2024-2025 Media Budget Performance Report presents a concerning view of provincial fiscal health. It highlights significant projected overspending, under collection of revenue, and delays in crucial projects which must not go unchecked. The MK Party, it is our duty to hold the sitting government accountable for its mismanagement and lack of transparency, also failure to implement adequate fiscal controls. So some of the key concerns are as follows. One, it's the revenue under collection and fiscal shortcomings. The province collected only 48.2% of its annual budget by mid-year, leading to a projected shortfall of 30.494 million rands in revenue by year-end, with a significant under-collection noted in key departments like health, sitting at 99.334 million rands, and education sitting at 19.244 million rands. This underperformance indicates poor revenue forecasting and weak financial planning by the financial authorities. This failure to meet revenue targets risk a further fiscal deficit, which will have a direct impact on service delivery to our citizens. Number two, the projected overspending. The report highlights that the province expenditure reached 77.387 billion rands in the first 6 months, with an overspending of 8.172 billion projected by year end. Again, the health and education sectors are at the center of this overspending. The projected overspending, particularly in critical departments like health, sitting at 4.705 billion, and education sitting at 2.360 billion, is unacceptable. This is a direct result of inefficiency, poor planning, and failure to adapt to budget constraints. The government must be held accountable for its inability to manage expenditure effectively. Number three, wage agreement and unfunded liabilities. A significant factor in the overspending is unbudgeted for by 4.7% wage agreement and the carrying through impact of previous budget cuts. While wage agreements are necessary for workers' rights, the provincial government failure to budget adequately for these increases reflects poor fiscal discipline. Additionally, the shortfall related to the wage agreement could lead to further pressures on critical public services and potentially compromise public service delivery. In addition, the report outlines a practice in which department allocates funds to fill vacant posts, but intentionally leave these posts unfilled to reallocate the funds elsewhere. The practice itself undermines the principle of good governance and responsible budgeting. The deliberate failure to fill critical posts leads to inefficiency in the public service delivery and is a form of budget manipulation that the Finance Portfolio Committee must address. The delay in critical infrastructure and projects. Delays in construction projects such as Gasonkombo Community Hall, Endwet, Langpumakon, and issues with the KZN Housing Fund indicate mismanagement and lack of oversight. These delays are unacceptable, especially considering the funds already allocated. The government must provide a clear and realistic plan to expedite the completion of these infrastructure projects, which are vital for community development and well-being of the people of KZN. The conditional grants mismanagement. Several conditional grants, such as those for human settlement and economic development, are underspending or delayed, including the East Road Legal Projects and Ilembe Organic Farming Projects. The government is wasting valuable grant funding due to mismanagement and lack of timely execution. These funds, if properly utilized, could have had a substantial impact on provincial development. The public deserves to see their money put into good use, and the failure to spend these grants effectively undermines the confidence in administration. Urgency for costing and turnaround plans. The report insists that the department with projected overspending must prepare fully costed turnaround plan by the third quarter. While this is a step in the right direction, the delay in addressing overspending crisis is alarming. We demand to see real-time action, not just promises. This plan must be transparent and backed with concrete measures to ensure financial stability and proper service delivery. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the 2024-2025 Media Budget Performance Report highlights the provincial government's failure to effectively manage public funds. The underspending, overspending, and lack of proper financial controls are a direct result of mismanagement and inefficient budgeting. As the MK Party, we will continue to push for transparency, we will continue to push for accountability and strict adherence to fiscal responsibility. It is clear that urgent reforms are needed in a way in the way this province is handling finances to ensure that funds are used to benefit all citizens and not squandered on mismanagement and inefficiency. In the essence of time, Honorable Speaker, we as the MK Party recommend the following. Solutions. We recommend immediate intervention by the Provincial Treasury to ensure that all departments adhere to budgetary controls. We recommend a comprehensive review of all projects that are behind schedule and underspending with a clear timeline for delivery. We recommend full transparency on spending of conditional grants and implementation of turnaround plans by the underperforming departments. We must act now to safeguard the future of our province and its people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker for 8 minutes is the Honorable S. Van Prakash of the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Honorable MEC, Honorable Members, and the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Our province finds itself navigating troubled waters, and as custodians of public trust, we must chart a course towards fiscal sustainability. As a member of this legislature, it is our duty to represent the interest of our communities, hold government accountable, and ensure that the policies enacted are in the best interest of all citizens in KwaZulu-Natal. The Provincial Treasury's mid-year report reveals an adjusted budget of 150,520 million rand, with a profound overspending of 8,172 million rand by the year end. This dire projection stems from the 2024 agreement and lingering impacts of the 2021-2022 medium-term expenditure framework budget cuts. National Treasury has made it clear no additional funds are forthcoming. Departments must now embrace the ethos of making the rand go an extra mile by ensuring strict adherence and innovative resource allocation. Let us dissect the critical areas contributing to this fiscal strain. The Department of Health is at the forefront, with a projected overspend of 4,705 million rand. This alarming figure, driven by compensation pressures, unfunded posts, and the absorption of over 6,000 COVID-19 staff to permanent positions. The key pressures, such as 1,326 million rand for medicines and property payments, further complicates the department's trajectory. These challenges cannot be solved by mere promises. Turnaround plans must be detailed, actionable, and submitted with urgency. Education mirrors this predicament, with a projected overspend of 2,306 million rand. The department faces a perfect storm: a wage agreement shortfall, unresolved municipal debts, and escalating costs for critical programs like the National School Nutrition Program. While government must support education, mismanagement cannot go unchecked. Immediate reforms in financial controls are imperative. But there are glimmers of hope. Provincial revenue collection exceeded mid-year projections by 4.8%, bringing in 2,015 million rand. Notable contributors include transport, which overcollected by 49,494 rand due to increased demand in vehicle permits, and human settlements, which reclaimed 20,850,000 rand in unused municipal project funds. These successes highlight the potential for strategic resource generation and effective interdepartmental collaboration. Our public entities also play a pivotal role in this debate. The Zulu Royal House Trust has shown commendable progress, collecting 70% of its adjusted budget by mid-year, supported by a 16,818,000 rand rollover from the Office of the Premier. However, increased spending pressures due to expanding beneficiary lists underscore the need for sustainable financial planning. Nevertheless, we remain confident in the Trust's ability to generate its own substantial income in the future through its projects, so that anything underlying issues can be resolved. Agribusiness Development Agency presents another crucial case. Despite operational challenge in the Makatini irrigation scheme and farmer non-payments, the agency has demonstrated resilience in revenue regeneration strategies and rollover management. The situation at Intingwe T, however, remains unresolved due to disputes over a 60 million rand loan. These delays hinder progress in agriculture, a sector that must be revitalized to combat unemployment and food insecurity. Honorable members, these figures cannot just be statistics. They represent the opportunities and challenges that define our province's future. Fiscal discipline, innovative thinking, and accountability must become the cornerstones of governance. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we urge all members of this legislature to prioritize effective oversight, demanding not only compliance, but excellence from our departments and public entities. Let us commit working together across party lines for the greater good for all. The decisions we make today will shape the future of our province, and we must ensure that they are informed, deliberate, and focused on the common good. Trust us. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member is the Honorable F.A. Masiko of the ANC for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Members. The ANC rises in support of the Mid-Term Budget Performance Review Report. Despite the continued harsh economic situation that has engulfed South Africa and the world, which has resulted in fiscal constraints and budget cuts, we wish to make a clear call to all departments to tighten their seatbelts and try to do more with less. Malicious compliance in budgeting, where some departments allocate funds to fill in vacant posts but deliberately avoid filling these posts to offset budget pressures, must be avoided at all costs. The ANC continues to strive for the creation of sustainable livelihoods through the state machinery geared towards eradicating poverty and meeting the basic needs of the vast majority of our people. To put this vision into action, the African National Congress, in its manifesto, came up with 6 critical priorities in speeding up transformation and improving the lives of people of South Africa. To mention just a few: putting South Africa to work, building industries to achieve an inclusive economy, investing in infrastructure, and building a better Africa and a better world. We therefore welcome the fact that the majority of the allocation of our provincial budget went into departments such as health, education, transport and human settlement, collectively receiving over 132 billion rands of the 150.48 billion rands of our main budget. Indeed, honorable members, these are departments with programs that have the highest rate of social and economic return and have the greatest impact on reducing poverty and unemployment. This is proven by the fact that despite budget cuts and with other fiscal limitations, the Department of Health, for instance, has managed to employ over 7,000 COVID-19 temporary staff into permanent positions, and this must be commended. The mid-year budget performance report further shows that despite fiscal pressures, the Department of Education continues to employ the staff into permanent positions and effectively implement programs such as the school nutrition in order to feed all participating learners. The maintenance project cited under the Department of Transport has also yielded many jobs for the people of KwaZulu-Natal and the youth in particular. Honorable members, this is a direct translation of the African National Congress' first priority of putting South Africa to work through public employment programs that create work opportunities in the public, small business and social sectors. In order to reduce the overspending at the end of the fiscal year, we certainly welcome the decision of the Provincial Executive Council to consider allocating resources available in the Contingency Reserve Fund, amongst others, allocation which will be formalized during the 2024-2025 adjustment estimates. Honorable members, despite these fiscal constraints, we are echoing the words of Chris Hani, who once said, and I quote, "We are equally making no apologies. City imfundo must be free and compulsory. We are also making no apologies. City medical health care must be free and compulsory. We shall fight for these demands." Close quote. I thank you.
The next speaker, thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable T.J. Brotesaf for 9 minutes on behalf of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members. In the public sector, budgeting and forecasting are essential skills for any financial professional. It is critical to demonstrate the ability to plan, monitor, and adjust financial resources and goals based on various scenarios and data. When budgets are prepared, realistic assessments must be done by account and line item. This gives a realistic perspective to compare to. Defining evaluation criteria is a critical phase in the financial management process. This allows departments and entities to establish a clear and objective framework for measuring the success or effectiveness of their projections and budget. Criteria such as accuracy, reliability, timelines, completeness, relevance, and alignment with strategic objectives are fundamental to a complete and meaningful evaluation. One of the most common ways to measure and evaluate a budget and forecast performance is to compare the actual and expected outcomes of financial activities. Various tools and techniques can be used to do this, such as variance analysis, trend analysis, ratio analysis, and benchmarking. Officials should be able to explain the reasons for any significant differences between your actual and expected outcomes, as well as the actions that you took or would have taken to correct or improve them. Most often, finance professionals are faced with self-bias when it comes to budget preparation and forecasts, and thus coming up with safe budgets and forecasts with a slim margin of error, bearing in mind the performance appraisal and evaluation at the end of the financial period. One ought to also understand the fundamentals underlying department or entity average and the growth envisaged by the department or entity before coming up with a budget and forecast, as they have to conform with the set goals of the government. It is essential to measure and evaluate budget and forecast performance in order to assess the impact and value that your budget and forecast have on your department. Different measures to do this, such as return on investment, net present value, internal rate of return, and payback period can be used. Officials should be able to demonstrate how budgets and forecasts can help their department or entity achieve its financial goals, optimize its resources, and create value for its beneficiaries. Now, you may all be asking, why is Browderset giving us this Budgeting Assessment 101 lecture? And the bottom line is, when we come to the 2024 mid-year budget performance reviews, unfortunately, we've learnt that these lessons that are set out in scant detail have not been learnt by the officials that account to this legislature. On the 26th of August, I issued a press statement reflecting on the desperate need to curb spending in the province in order to avoid a massive shortfall in the province. I also reflected on the plans by MEC of Finance, Francois Rogers, to drastically cut runaway spending in terms of provincial government travel and other related costs. The expenditures by the previous administration took place in the context of dire poverty, infrastructure decay, and declining service delivery in our province. Not only was this a slap in the face of the KZN's people, but it was also reckless given the massive budget cuts imposed by National Treasury. I also warned at a time that when families and businesses alike were facing the financial crunch and were being forced to reprioritise their finances, the leaders of our province should do the same. The MEC himself led by example and closed a redundant Treasury office in Durban, cut his own vehicle fleet by half, cut back on costly stationery, including banners and glossy booklets, and chose to stay in guest houses instead of luxury presidential suites. Indeed, MEC Rogers has been persistent in his efforts to the point that KwaZulu-Natal's government of provincial unity has announced a series of stringent cost-cutting measures to tackle the province's escalating budget deficit, currently projected to reach 9 billion rand by the end of the financial year. And we congratulate the Cabinet in supporting the MEC on that. Provincial Treasury said the costs would lead to an estimated 3 billion rand cost saving. These cuts include significant reductions in subsistence, travel expenses, international travel, vehicle rentals, functions, and catering. These cuts are intended to offset the financial strain that has led to growing accruals and the province's difficulty in paying suppliers within the legally mandated 30-day period. The DA indeed welcomes the GPU's focus on job creation, poverty reduction, and frontline service delivery in sectors such as health, education, and health. It is, however, thus of great concern, because those were all the things that we said we were going to do, that following the recently completed midterm budget performance reviews, the Finance Committee discovered that total spending for the 6 months to date was 77.3 billion rand, with the province showing overspending of approximately 8.172 billion at the end of the financial year. The bulk of the projected overspending is reflected by health at 4.7 billion and education at 2.3 billion, primarily as a result of the unfunded national wage agreements. A related and disturbing trend is that many departments and entities are budgeting to fill vacancies and then using those funds to cover other costs. To make matters worse, the hearings have also revealed that revenue collection for the year will also not meet the muster. The DA calls on all KZN MECs and senior departmental officials. And if I can stop here for a second, during one of our sittings, one of our hearings that the members on the committee will remember, after a particularly robust engagement that I had with one of the HODs, where I must admit I gave him the gears, he actually thanked us. And he said, "Thank you for those harsh words, because they were uttered in the presence of my other officials sitting next to me. So they can now understand that I am serious about what I say and that you, as legislators, are serious as well." And I believe that that's the kind of engagements we need to have. So we must call on senior departmental officials to have a hard look at their departmental expenditure and vigorously remove the weeds of corruption and excess. The time for decisive action is now. In time, the province will realize that less money spent on luxuries will mean more is available for the hard-pressed residents of our province. The DA will always remain at the front line when it comes to arguing for strict financial governance and will not flinch in calling for decisive action against those who do not heed this call. KZN's people deserve a government that puts them first, financially or otherwise. I thank you.
Thank you. The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable C.T. Khanyi of the MK.
Ngibingelele, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members of MK, Baba Inkosi uChiliza, ngokuzehlisa ngiyabingelela. Ngithi ngicela ulunge khona kuzokwenzeka. Baba uNcamalala, iPresident yethu, ngicela ukuyibingelela lapho ekhona. Cha, ngithi angisukume ngokuqala ngibonge umhlonishwa wethu oke waveza ukuhlonipha iqhaza eladlalwa ubaba uMandela. Ngiyajabula manisakwazi lokho. Ukukhulula umuntu omnyama okubuhlungu senilibuyisela kugogo uHelen. Ngithi angindlule la kwagogo. Asinizondi sihlukana la ukuvuma ukuthi kuntshontshwe izwe linikezwe abasentshonalanga. Sengiyangena ke kwi-budget. After the hearings that we gathered, there is an overspending and underspending in departments, and the reason for this unsatisfactory to either of us as members of the committee, if we can be honest. As the MKP, we have no doubts that this is a result of the allocations, projections that were made without action plans meant to give directions to each and every project. We all found this in our tables and had to work without any proper handover because people were still mourning the defeat and the resolutions of Okoko Base 93. The saddest part is that we were aware of the actual challenges facing KZN, yet it is undisputable that with the ANC election budget, even the GNU being in one bed with the ANC will fail to turn the situation around. As the MKP, we believe that this budget should have been adjusted to address the KZN's ongoing poverty, inequality, and service delivery crisis. But how will we be able to do that if the large portion of SEM goes to compensation of employees? As the MKP, we believe that unless we develop strategies to decrease unemployment rate in KZN, poverty, crime, drug abuse will remain our biggest enemy and permanent friend. There is no hope for that being done because the other reality is that KZN Taliban faction, ANC government has become an employment agency at the expense of service delivery. What to expect? Should it be like that? The answer is no. But regrettably, there is a little hope on the horizon for KZN people as local government also faces as a massive cut, as more bad news is expected from the national government in terms of the municipal grants. As per the provincial growth and development strategy as the MKP, we believe that government should be working with its social partners to implement various economic development strategies that will indicate employment prospects for the KZN people. People have lost even when you give them EPWP opportunities. They just go sleep at cemeteries pleading to God to fast track their home. Oh, because there is nothing more. They are willing to do government, have failed them and lose no appetite in doing so. Whereas it has even failed on its mandate to provide an environment conducive to business growth. The outcome is further poverty and inequality, as citizens have nowhere to turn after the withdrawal of the unsustainable grants. We are giving hence why the 350s cannot be stopped anymore. When you look at the budget of the Department of Education and Health Department, you will think there will be change in our education system and how things are done there. Department of Health is the worst, with the biggest allocation, and its adjustment is big, but there ain't action plans in place to ensure that the insufficient budgets, as they will say, at least is fruitfully utilized. All they say is that not enough, but on some areas they overspend, on some underspend. This is a sign that people are still going to suffer and die. Maybe it is time the MKP, we believe that we do the lifestyles audit to ensure an ethical behavior in these departments. Another biggest problem that is the MK we believe is being ignored, which had a negative impact on the budget, is still not addressed, is the continuity with the ANC-led government resolution of projecting wage increase before national wage negotiations are concluded. It has given much pressure on adjustment.
The next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable M.W. uThukela of the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF notes the report of midterm budget review. While this report indicates a serious disregard of the rule of law by accounting officers and departmental heads, we continue to authorize overspending. Workers are now taking the fall, with a huge chunk of the province's budget having gone towards the 2024 wage increase of 4.7%. With departments who continuously violate Section 39 of PFMA by overspending in governmental budgets. But consequence management and corrective measures are hardly ever applied. We note concern how a department like Provincial Treasury, which is tasked with managing the financial resources of this province, would project budget by over 10 million rands. While there are budgetary pressures in this province and service delivery obligations, some government departments and entities continue not to fill critical posts so that they relocate funds to other purposes or for other purposes. As Mvelo Wildlife, a government entity which is always flagged for corruption, how does one explain that out of 140 posts that have been advertised within the first half of the year, only 3 posts have been filled? Need a report on how much has been towards this, why they have not been filled and how much is left, and if it's already used, how much has been reprioritized for other purposes. The Department of Education is projecting to overspend on its budget by over 2.5 billion. And a part of its budgetary pressures come from property rates amounting to 518 million, due to municipalities terminating their services for non-payment of municipal services by defaulting schools. How does it happen that schools owe municipalities 518 million rands for who respond to payments? The Department of Health is projecting to overspend by 4.7 billion on municipal overdue accounts, as well as the upgrades and repairs on the department's facilities following the 2022 floods. Again, we also need answers as to how the department would owe such a lot of money on municipal overdue accounts, and we also need a detailed an update on how much has been used towards repairing the department's facilities following the 2022 floods. The Department of Transport received 40 million from the RTMC in 2014 and 2015 financial year,
of road safety and law enforcement campaign. But to date, 10 million of that amount, one answers is to what happened to the money, why it's not being used. The EFF reiterates its point in order to deal with financial management in government departments. The government must urgently address corruption and maladministration through strengthening internal control and applying consequence management in those departments that continue to be repeated offenders. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member is for 6 minutes, the Honorable CM Shinga, the MEC for DST on behalf of the NFP.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members, the community, I rise to contribute to the debate on the 2024-25 adjustment budget tabled by the MEC, the Honorable MEC for Finance. The National Freedom Party acknowledges the challenging fiscal environment under which this budget has been prepared and appreciates the efforts made to balance priorities under such constrained conditions. However, the NFP firmly believes that this budget must go beyond numbers. It must represent the aspirations and immediate needs of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Izwe lakithi libhekene ney'nkinga ezinzima, including high unemployment, failing infrastructure, and inadequate service delivery. While the adjustment addressed some pressing issues, the NFP must ask, are these adjustments bold enough to transform the socio-economic landscape of KwaZulu-Natal, especially the most vulnerable? Honorable Speaker, the NFP has always been committed to addressing poverty and inequality through inclusive development. While the 75 million allocated to the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund is commendable, it is not enough to tackle the youth unemployment crisis, which sits at alarmingly high levels. The NFP calls for more targeted programs that provide not just funding, but also mentorship and skills development for our young entrepreneurs. The Social Development Department faces immense challenges that severely impact its ability to fulfill its mandate of supporting the most vulnerable members of our society. The department's limited budget, compounded indeed by the historical debt, leaves little room for expansion or innovation in delivering critical social services. These financial constraints have resulted in a backlog of unpaid invoices, stalled community projects, and insufficient resources for vital programs. Furthermore, the persistent unemployment of qualified social workers and administrative staff exacerbates service delivery challenges. Despite thousands of social workers being trained and ready to serve, many remain without jobs due to budget shortfall. The NFP calls for targeted budget increases and innovative public-private partnerships to ensure these professionals are absorbed into the workforce, enabling the department to deliver on its promise of social upliftment. Let us prioritize the people who dedicate their lives to rebuilding our communities. Honorable Speaker, the NFP welcomes the emphasis on cost-cutting measures and the commitment to consequence management for financial mismanagement. However, these measures must be implemented with the utmost transparency and agency. Public funds must be used efficiently to benefit those who need them the most. Imali yabantu kumele isetshenziswe ngobuqotho nangokuphuthuma okuzosiza in ensuring service delivery. The allocation of 30 million under vote 11 for replacing failed ESCOM transformers is a reactive but unavoidable expenditure to address growing public unrest caused by prolonged power outages. However, the NFP believes this intervention must be complemented by a forward-thinking energy policy. We must prioritize investments in renewable energy and community-based power generation to reduce reliance on outdated infrastructure. Similarly, the 75 million allocated for youth, KZN Youth Empowerment Fund under Vote 1 is a step in the right direction. Still, it must be coupled with robust accountability mechanism to ensure that these resources directly benefit marginalized youth. Public Works. On Public Works, the allocation of 345.8 million under Vote 14 for property rates payment reflects the ongoing challenge of ensuring that government facilities meet their financial obligations to municipalities. This funding aims to address escalating property rates due to updated general valuation rules, but it also highlights the pressing need for a sustainable approach to managing public assets. NFP calls for comprehensive audits of government properties and enhanced collaboration between the Department of Public Works and municipalities to ensure the long-term financial stability. Proactive planning rather than reactive funding is key to avoiding recurring crisis. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, whilst the 2024 adjustment budget attempts to balance competing priorities, we urge the provincial government to adopt a more proactive, inclusive approach that prioritizes long-term sustainability over short-term relief. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next member for 10 minutes on behalf of the MK is the Honorable LP Mfeka.
Siyakhuleka ebukhosini bonke babenguni obukhona nobusibukele. Sibingelela ubuholi be-MK Party esifundazweni ubuholo uCommand Mchunu Makhuze Moyizela. Sibingelela uSomlomo nesekela lakhe. Sibingelela abahlonishwa be-MK Party. Ebese ngokukhethekile ngibingelela amaqhawe namaqhawekazi omkhonto wesizwe afana noComrade Themba Mnisi obuya dume ngelikavutha. Ngibingelele uComrade Zamaswazi Majozi obuya dume ngelikasiphithiphithi. Ngibingelele uComrade Bonkosi Khanyile obuya dume ngelikamaGojela. Ngibingelele uComrade Lindokuhle Mdletshe obuya dume ngelikaGodole. Ngibingelele uComrade Shelley Williams obuya dume ngelikaQueen Nandi. Ebese ngibingelele bonke abahlonishwa be-GPU eholwa inkuzimala ngumhlonishwa uRogers we-Democratic Alliance. Somlomo.
Honorable members.
Thina njengomkhonto wesizwe party siyayimukela le report kasihlalo wekomiti lwezezimali umhlonishwa uDlungwane. Kepha ngivumele Somlomo wengiveza ukuthi sishaqekile sikubonile saphinde sakulalela mhla iminyanga ethize iletha izethulo kwikomiti ukuthi izabelo mali abazicelayo eshamthetho bayisebenzise kanjani nakangakanani njengoba sekuphela inyangana nje bayithola. Ngaphambi kokuba sidephe ake ngiphakamise ukubonga kulabo bebevele kumnyango wezezimali belekelela ikomiti ekuhlaziyeni izethulo zeminyango kanye nezinhlaka ezithile ezingaphansi kwahulumeni wesifundazwe. Siyathokoza. Somlomo izireport kasihlalo wekomiti ithi halamuzi ngokunye kwavela lapha kepha kayidephi ngemhlola esabhekana nayo kule mhlangano. Lapha Somlomo kwavela ngokusobala ukuthi labantu abasebenza kwiminyango kahulumeni wesifundazwe kabakwazi ukuphatha imali ngendlela. Abanye babo babizwa ngo-CFO kepha izethulo abazenza kwikomiti kikhomba ukuthi kabazi lutho futhi isikhundla sokuba u-CFO basithole ngepolitiki. Abanye o-MEC bafika nabantu akade abantu abangabonanga ukuthi isethulo sabo sibhalwe ngendlela engahlelekile. Izethulo zabo zazinama-typing errors okukhomba ukuthi kwayena umhlonishwa uqobo wayengazange azayifunda. Kepha bazokwenza izethulo kwikomiti lezezimali esishayamthetho sabantu besifundazwe. Sizodepha kabanzi kusasa ngalabo abasikhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi abantu bokuxoshwa nje ngoba kabawuhloniphi lo msebenzi abawenzayo futhi nabo qobo la esishayamthetho kabasihloniphi. Hayi angifuni ukukhuluma ngo-MEC abangena emhlanganweni bedakotshwa. Wakwayizwaphi into ka-MEC afika emhlanganweni ubanjwe na ingwici uyabona nje ukuthi hey kunzima. Kodwa ke somlomo lokho sobuke sixoxe njengoba isifundazwe nje sizosiphatha siyi-MK party sihlangene ne-ANC sizoyiqeda thina yonke lento. Somlomo kuningi ungahlonishwa kwalendlu yesishayamthetho okwenziwa abantu abaphethe izimali eminyangweni eyahlukahlukene. Iningi labo likhombisile ukuthi selajwayela kakhulu ukugcina icala uma benza izethulo kwikomiti lezimali lapha esishayamthetho. Laba abantu bafike benze bona isabelo mali abafike bayethule la maqede bayithole imali. Emva kokuba bayithola imali bese bengabe besayisebenzisa ngendlela isabelo mali sabo ababesithule ngayo. Benze ngendlela nje abangazange bayibalule la. Akusibuyeni ubugebengu lokho. Futhi thina ke si-MK sesifuna bajeze abantu abafika bezokhohlisa ishayamthetho besho okunye besebenza okunye. Ubuqili nokungcola lokho. Okumele kube khona abantu abaxoshwayo ngoba kalikho iqili lazekhothe emhlane noma ngabe litshela ukuthi lihlakaniphe kangakanani. Somlomo umnyango wezempilo kanye nomnyango wezemfundo kuyavela ukuthi kunezimali ekufuze ngabe leminyango iyakwazi ukuziqoqa kepha sekucacilizwe kuzophela unyaka wokusebenza kwezimali behlulekile kuyiqoqa. Umnyango wezempilo ilinganiselwa ku-99.3 million ebese wezemfundo ilinganiselwa ku-19.2 million. Neminye iminyango nayo kukhona nakuyo kepha oqhoza zilezi zombili. Somlomo njengoba sekunezinyangana lapho uhulumeni wesifundazane kwimali ilendle ihloniphekile. Sebetitilize 77.3 billion. Njengoba ubona uHonorable Shinga becwebezela bengasawusula umjuluko ngesandla. Somlomo kuyavela ukuthi uhulumeni wesifundazwe kuyothi kuphela unyaka yobe usubhubhudle 8.1 billion ngaphezulu kwemali abayabeliwe. Umnyango wezempilo kanye nomnyango wezemfundo yibo futhi abawoqhozaza ekubhubhudleni le mali.
Honorable Member, I want to draw attention to Rule 75. The words that you have just directed to Honorable Shinga. I am not sure whether you say the MEC. You said imali isibhubhudliwe njengoba ubona uHonorable Shinga becwebezela.
Yeah.
Now,
akulungile somlomo I withdraw that akacwebezeli.
No, ndilinde mhlonishwa. Now, the inference you are making is improper to the character and persona of Honorable Shinga. After you've said imali ibhubhudliwe, withdraw that.
Somlomo, I cannot take control of how people interpret what I say. That is entirely an individual's responsibility.
Which is why I'm bringing the rules. You are saying imali ibhubhudliwe yingakubona Honorable Ushinga. Withdraw.
I withdraw ukuthi uyacwebezela.
No,
but ibhubhudliwe imali, that's part of my speech. I can't edit my speech. Angizikho ngikhipha lokwashinga.
Withdraw uxolise nje.
And I withdraw Honorable Shinga ngiyaxolisa Honorable Shinga awucwebezeli I withdraw that.
No. Unconditional kaloku mhlonishwa.
Unconditional. Unconditionally ngiyaxolisa Honorable Shinga awucwebezeli.
Uyabona le unconditional awuzi ngaloko okunye okufaka igqibeleni. I withdraw, apologize unconditionally.
Oh, I withdraw, apologize unconditional.
Thank you. You may continue.
Somlomo ake ngihlaziye ivote nevote. Ehhovisini kaNdulankulu wesifundazwe kunohlaka lweZulu Royal Household Trust lolu hlaka luphathelene nezinto eziqondene nobukhosi bakwaZulu kanye nomndeni wakhona. Somlomo laba abantu abaphethe le yanda abazilutho. Ayikho lento ezanywa yilaba abantu abazilutho lutho. Bathi kuno 3.5 million abathi bona bazowusebenzisela ukuyohlala bacabanga ukuthi kambe iZulu Royal Household Trust ingayenza kanjani imali. Leyo mali ukuthi nje bacabange. Ngababuza ukuthi kanti yini bahlula ukuthi bathathe leyo mali bafake ikhangiso lonke izwe inyanga noma ezintathu bacela abantu abawu million besizwe samaZulu ukuthi banikele ngo100 umuntu emunye ngoba ngaphela lezo nyaka beno 100 million nangaphezulu azange banginike impendulo bafuna lo 3.5 million ukuthi uholela ukucabanga bese kwaloko bafuna u10 million ke manje ke Somlomo nawo uma fanele bawucaze ukuthi bafuna ukwenzani uyabona ukuthi labantu bafuna ukudidiliza Somlomo ngicabanga ukuthi abantu bakithi abalimayo abantu lusizo olwahlukahlukene ukuze bethuthuke futhi izitshalo zabo zikwazi ukufinyelela kubathengi baba nenkinga ebese ngibuka izethulo ezenziwe Agribusiness Development Agency ngivele ngabona ukuthi abantu bakithi kufanele bathwale usizo kwezolimo ngoba impela abantu beagribusiness kabajulile enhlobo ngokuthuthukisa ezolimo bazenzela okwabo nje asikho Somlomo isidingo sokuthi umuhlaka lwehluleka ukusebenzisa imali bese egcinwa egcinwe emsebenzini umuntu lo oCFO iningi labo CFO bakuma department igebengu Somlomo omunye wafika egqoke engathi uye eCubani yohlangana nama Slay Queen ngayibuza ukuthi ayibo uCFO futhi nalo no kunenkinga lapha Somlomo kunamapantsula abizwa ngama CFO Somlomo lapha kwezemvelo KZN Wildlife banenkinga nakhona unyaka nonyaka bafike bethula isabelo mali la bethi bazokhokhela abantu abazobaqasha kodwa ababaqashi labo bantu imali bayithatha benze okunye ngayo unyaka nonyaka inkinga ke lena Somlomo enkulu ngoba kusho ukuthi labo CFO sebajwayele ukuthi eshaya umthetho kwagogo bazenzela umathanda umuntu mefikile uqamba amanga and uqamba amanga kwakhe kungabe indaba zalutho ezemvelo Somlomo idinga iCFO entsha ezokwenza lo liyahlaka libuyele ukusebenza ngendlela kanye nokuhlonipha isabelo mali ngoba inkinga zakhona zinjesi mhlaba ehlangene nekomiti lezimali ngabuza bomnyango wakwa-Etia ukuthi lezi zimo ezikhungethe ezemvelo bayazazi njengomnyango wakhona umlungu lapha sengilibele igama lakhe wavele wasehemela kwazi kwathukuthela usihlalo wekomiti ngambona impela wathukuthela impela ngasho ukuthi uyagwaza umkhonto manje ngeke ngikhulume kakhulu ngethala negrowth fund Somlomo sizokuthatha kusasa lokho singene impela kumhlonishwa uZondi Somlomo kuyasiphoxa ukuthi umnyango wezezimali oholwa inkuzimala ngumhlonishwa uRogers umuntu okuyena ohamba phambili kubiza abantu ngama fiscal delinquents kawuzange usebenzisa imali owayinikwa ukulekelela ilembe on organic farming project le project izosiza abantu bakithi kodwa umhlonishwa uRogers afuna inhlobo lemali iphume ngoba phela ngithi kuzosizakala abantu abampisho abantu ababhekene nobuphofu umnyango wakhe uRogers uthi kuzophela unyaka wokusebenza kwezezimali kunemali elinganiselwe
okanye imhlonishwa ngu-honorable okanye imhlonishwa
honorable Rogers sorry kuyasixaka ukuthi ke uhonorable njengoba ehlale biza abantu ngama fiscal delinquents kanti naye ukhona kulabo bantu usifumba ubona uqhaqhazela Somlongo umnyango wezokuhlalisa kwabantu nawo ugila lomhlola ongasebenzisa imali ekufuze ngabe bayayisebenzisa okucacayo ukuthi lento ongasebenzisa imali itulo le Democratic Alliance laba bantu noma ngabe yini ezosiza abantu kabayimiseli ngayo futhi ababi nogqozu njengoba baba nogqozu uma kwenzeka izinto ezindaweni ezithinta la kuhlala abantu abanezibalo elifana nabo angifuni ukukhuluma umnyango wakwa Sports and Arts and Culture mhlonishwa ngoba inkulu inkinga lapha kakhulukazi ngo-CFO wakhona owasinikeza i-budget report enama sentence angaphelele akufanele uyiqagelele wena ukuthi ubesethini ke la kwazi kwasizwa umhlonishwa
Siyabonga mhlonishwa. The next member for 3 minutes is the Honorable I. Kika. of the DA.
Madam Speaker, while the Adjustment Appropriation Bill mildly ameliorates the needs of the legislature, the allocation is testament to the superlative leadership of the institution in the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Secretary, and the strategic leadership teams as a whole. The stack of chairperson's report has adequately spoken of the figures, and the lamentations of the MKP who suddenly found themselves in this House is simply noted. And that is the most parliamentary way of putting it. Most recently, during the Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Sydney, the Secretary, or as parts of the world call her, the clerk, participated in a session on benchmarking of institutions like ours. Suffice to say that, other than shining above many, it was evident that our institution remains a bastion of democracy par excellence, above on international standards and trailblazing in many instances. This in comparison to so many others who were not only impressed by our work, but who wish to emulate how we do things here. The Honorable Ngadi from that side of the House, I am aware, was participating in a parallel session, so he cannot tell his honorable members about all these terrific interactions and the capital praises that were heaped upon this legislature in bucket loads, not to mention the intrigue from our sister legislatures, and we recently had a visit from one of them. It is evident that the choices of the leaders of the GPU who appointed this leadership did so in the interests of the citizens. Couple this with an ethical, capable, and caring administration, and this combination is the definition of a solid bulwark against any enemy of the Constitution, social markets, and the rule of law. And the DA has not changed this view. Allow me to confirm that member-related costs are at an all-time high. This legislature spent a huge amount of money training about 65% of new members of this House. With the revolving door on that side of the House that the Honorable Mayor spoke about, and as soon as a reserve list becomes available, you'll find that at least two-thirds of this side of the House will meet the tip of Ubaba's boot. One wonders, will he only keep the bootlickers, or will he keep those that are competent? The rest of them will be jettisoned. It has been Ubaba's habit not to recognize merit. So one wonders how it will contribute, their instability will contribute to the costs of the running of this House. Madam Speaker, whilst the institution will develop and for which there will be a need for greater appropriation of funds, we remain confident that the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and the collective, including the administration, will not waver until more can be done. Nkosi Sikeleli, Africa.
The next member for 7 minutes on behalf of the ANC is Honorable S.A. Duma, the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. Revolutionary greetings to the August House. Today is the second last sitting of this legislature during our 30 years of freedom and democracy. It is therefore befitting to reflect on the wise words of the founding father of democratic government, President Nelson Madiba. He once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." Madam Speaker, we started this term of office facing socio-economic challenges linked to international conditions and global conflicts. I'm sure we must just take that into cognizance because we live in the global village. Nevertheless, a lot has been done, a lot has been achieved, and in the future, a lot is still going to be achieved. Just look around KZN. It is the construction site, whether you're coming from north, the south, the N3 is under heavy construction. The N2 is the same. Major corridors are being built, whether you're going to Upper Pietermaritzburg, you'll see where this is, the bridge is being built, you'll see different housing being built because of this trying strength of this government. The people of this province have been affected because now we live in a global village with our economy integrated with economics of the world. We pause to salute the people of this province, Honorable Speaker, for showing resilience and those who fought for this freedom, and some died and were buried in exiles. Their bones signify foundation and rejuvenation symbolism, like 5 heroes who are going to be landing here on Monday in the form of respectively Comrade J.D. Kuzwayo, the son of KwaZulu-Natal, Comrade Bafana Aploduma, Comrade Lakingubane, Comrade Shembe, Comrade Zikali. In the past, we stood together and managed to navigate through economic challenges. We recall that in 2009, South Africa officials slipped into recession for the first time in 17 years. KwaZulu-Natal was adversely affected and recorded many job losses in many sectors of the economy. Just for the record, Honourable Speaker, we just have to highlight categorically that since 2010, KwaZulu-Natal have been cash positive. So for the record, we have never faltered and have a problem. So it must be known, it must be recorded. I understand that others must start from the arithmetic basic before you even transition towards accounting practices, because they are just presenting words in this august house, and you can't present budget utilizing that strength. We thank President Cyril Ramaphosa, who visited this province and his cabinet. During that visit, he proclaimed his support for the provincial government. Following in the footsteps of the Minister of Finance in Okotongwana, our MEC Finance Honorable Francois Rogers presented a clear program of action that will help turn around situation. As the ANC, we welcome the allocation of 700 million to various cash-strapped departments, Honorable Speaker, which is critical. The Department of Health, Education and Social Development in particular. This will ensure that we continue to accelerate service delivery and create more jobs. This safeguards the future of our patients, learners, and those who are vulnerable and poor in particular, Honorable Speaker. Our members, as the ANC, we believe that unity and working together in partnership is absolutely critical for the provision to emerge from global economic challenges. We have been encouraged by the cooperation and support from our program at service delivery from the community at large, in particular the influential segment of society, such as academics, business, labor, non-governmental organizations, religious and traditional leaders in particular. We just have to highlight, Honorable Speaker, that it is always clear that when we debate in this august house, in particular the budget, I also praise the indulgence of all the members. You can lambast each other, you can say anything, but when we debate the issue of budget, try by all means to be accurate. Your argument must be elevated a bit, because it's something that daily bread, our people rely upon that strength. For instance, the issue of giving a nuance that you've got CFOs who does not qualify, it's a false expression. Take all the departments in particular, even random sampling. Give us one CFO who's not even a chartered accountant in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Does not have a degree, NQF level 6, 7. There is no one. A CFO does not have, who got less than 5 years experience, because unfortunately, we are about to say something that has an impact unnecessary to our people. We've got a lot. In the past, we've been saying that our people have not got a chance of going to school. Majority of those got experience. And it is always critical that when you want to deal and when you want to rebuke, just be practical. Don't default and just expose or even destroy everything, because they are trying by all means. It is also critical that it's unfortunate that in this august house, you'll have a member with a shade of character is suggesting that there is one MEC who came drunk. It's a fallacy as well. And if it was a reality, it's something that we are going to name and shame. But it's just casting an aspersion. We're not just going to grow quantitatively as the province of KwaZulu-Natal if you stand in this podium, because it's always that we must talk to each other. We must also relay on issues. But let us not denigrate, character, assassinate individuals for no apparent reason. Let us elevate our debate. And unfortunately, these days, I understand the current phase of politics does allow the proper voices to be silenced to accommodate the politics of populism and demagogue. Demagogues these days are also walking slowly, and in some instances are given the platform. Why, Honorable Speaker, the issue of Department of Health and Education are characterized with budget is because the majority or the large chunk goes towards the process of employment. It's not an infrastructure budget. It does not go towards the So we must demystify that notion that they've got more budget. We know department with infrastructure budget. It is not these departments. Just imagine if you want to deprive, if you give those people an opportunity, it means the patients are going to die because they think there is a lot of money. But that is going towards education, that also goes towards our patients on a regular basis, because as part and parcel of the Bill of Rights, we must always safeguard that. We must also protect that as an hegemonic outlook for the development of this province of KwaZulu-Natal and the country. I'm sure from time to time, yes, we must hit hard on things that are not done correctly, but so far so good in terms of even in-year monitoring of budget. We just have to thank all these departments. They are trying by all means. All the best job is going to be done in the future. We are going to attend service delivery. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member for 9 minutes on behalf of the MK is the Honorable M.A. Dex.
Yeah. Yes. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Deputy Speaker, Nkosi Qiliza, Honorable Duma, Leader of the Government Business, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members, Commanders and Fighters, good morning. Let me start off by extending our gratitude to the Chair of the Committee, of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honorable Dlungwane, and thank him for his guidance and that he gives in the committee. And I also want to thank all other members of the committee for the input that they have made during these budget hearings. It was honest and objective inputs from all members. So this report, it was presented by Honorable Dlungwane, under his guidance was adopted by the committee, and we all have agreed to the report because it is our report, and we support this report. And we will support the adjustments, the adjustment budget when we vote on it. We did, as controversies, we did not support the budget. Did not support the budget because we outlined shortcomings in the budget. However, when the budget was adopted, it was our duty in this House, all of us, that we have to play our oversight and monitor the department and ensure that they adhere to what they have put into their budget. But we have seen the over-expenditure in departments, and let me quote Honorable de Klerk, open quote, where he says we should have just as well have approved a unfunded budget, close quote, because when officials, when we approve budgets in the House, the budget was approved. We did not support it, but the budget was approved at the end of the day. So when the budget gets approved, we expect departments and officials to work within that budget. We don't expect them to go over budget and do this over expenditure, because that is serious problematic. Then why do you have a budget when you then go and work outside the budget? So it is not as good, Honorable Ntombeni, it's not as good as you say, all is good. It is the members of this House Legislature that are doing a good job with the oversight role that they're playing to hold these officials accountable, the whole department accountable. They're doing a good job in doing the playing that role. I just want to make a few comments on this budget here before I close. Let me make a few comments on this budget here. I just put some notes down on the report of, no more the chairperson's report, on our own report that was presented by the Honorable Chairperson. Regarding the malicious compliance in budgeting, we just want to make the comment that the province has the largest number of unemployed youth. Funding is provided for in the budget, obviously with good reason, otherwise the budget would not be allocated. Yet departments, notably economic development, Honorable Reverend Zondi, Economic Development has a large number of funded vacancies. Although we agree with this resolution of the committee on this issue, but we believe there should be harsher penalties meted out against heads of departments. They must be held accountable. There must be harsher penalties meted out to them. Now, we wonder how these heads of departments fare in their performance appraisals. I think Honorable Tim raised the issue about performance appraisals. We wonder how they fare in these appraisals if the investment in human capital is this weak. As the Finance Committee would enjoin other committees to consider looking closer to this aspect of the respective budgets. That's the first comment that I would like to make, and then there's the three more comments that I want to make. There's the issue on in addition to the important points raised by the committee in the report tabled by the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Zlungwane, we wish to caution that the projected over expenditure has more reasons than just unfunded wage increases. We'll deal with this with this aspect when we address ourselves in the next sitting of this House. Today, however, we wish to point out that we are aware that the number of invoices that were supposed to be paid out in the previous financial year were never paid. Some of the contractual obligations meant to be paid on a monthly basis have been lagging behind by between 3 to 6 months. When these are paid together with the actual expenditure of the current financial year, the province will be sketching closer to the Section 100 of the Constitution, and we must be careful of that. We are also aware that in the nature of an election year, unplanned expenditure surpasses that which is contractual and has to be paid. This is another contributor to the dire fiscal position the province is facing. We urge the Treasury to dig deeper and find the true projections rather than the straight line projections, which gives this House some kind of not true reflection, false comfort on the true state of the finances. Then there's another point that I have written down here that I would like to make on this report. It's the issue of there is a serious contradiction when it comes to Honorable MEC for Education, when it comes to contradiction with regard to the National School Nutrition Program. On the one hand, the department is required to have a reduced enrollment generally in the province. This should ordinarily impact on the number of food handlers, as the report states, but also the number of children to be fed. But the program reports a projected 129 million rand over expenditure. We are also aware that the contract of the various of the service providers has serious administrative and almost legal challenges. The province continues to utilize service providers whose contracts have expired. It will be interesting to determine how much of the 129 million projected over expenditure can be attributed to this aspect. If we in this House expect municipalities to function optimally, surely the department over which we have oversight cannot be the ones crippling revenue collection by municipalities. Again, it will be interesting to learn what consequences have been implemented against these managers found to have compromised optimum function of the municipalities. And then lastly, on this report, on our report, it was presented by the chairperson. There's one last comment I need to make on this report. At the bottom of the report, on the bottom of the report is a comment that I've jotted down here. The conditional grants are usually agreed upon with the relevant national department having considered the need and capacity to spend such grant. As a province, we do not support the proliferation of conditional grants. Our argument is, however, significantly weakened. If we cannot spend the grant on time and in terms of all the conditions set. Again, we encourage harsher sanction where this occurs. With these few words, Honorable Speaker, we did, in the report, you'll see that we have asked for, we've been asking for reports all the time, but the 13th of January, we want officials to report. But we want to see harsher penalties meted out. The Treasury Department did come up with some kind of measures that they want us to deal with, but we'll debate that in tomorrow's thing. Thank you very much, honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable Dax. The next member for 10 minutes on behalf of the IFP is the Honourable Dr. A.C. Biela.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to your good self, the Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Leader of Government Business, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members. It is both an honour and a responsibility for me, as a proud member of the IFP, to contribute to this critical debate on the mid-year budget performance report. This report is more than a collection of figures. It is a mirror reflecting the fiscal challenges we face and a compass guiding us toward collaborative and sustainable solutions. As the Honourable Prakash so astutely observed, our province is navigating precarious waters with an adjusted budget and a projected overspending. We're at a pivotal moment. This is not merely a financial crisis, it is a test of our collective will, creativity, and ethical commitment to governance. The Honourable Premier's call for unity resonates deeply. In this government of provincial unity, we are reminded that governance transcends partisan lines. It's a sacred trust between us and the people. Honourable Speaker, as usual, it's disappointing to witness some members of this House squandering precious time on unproductive ranting rather than contributing constructively to the present challenges we face. The people of KwaZulu-Natal expect leadership, not theatrics. This debate is not a platform for grandstanding, but a solemn opportunity to collaboratively address issues like fiscal discipline, service delivery, and economic empowerment. Let us remember that history will judge us not by the noise we make, but by the tangible progress we deliver. I urge all members to rise above petty politicking and focusing on the task at hand. The Honourable Premier's leadership has ensured that critical areas such as social services, education, and healthcare remain protected despite severe fiscal constraints. This aligns with the IFP's people-centered governance philosophy, which demands that every decision be weighed not just against financial metrics, but against its ethical and social impact. However, the Department of Health's projected overspending poses a moral dilemma. How do we balance the urgency of healthcare provision with the imperative of fiscal responsibility? We advocate for a principled approach, prioritizing essential services while eliminating waste. Similarly, the pressures in education with the projected overspending compel us to rethink resource allocation. Education is not merely a budget line, it is an investment in human capital and a foundation for long-term socio-economic stability. Addressing municipal debts and ensuring the sustainability of the National School Nutrition Program are immediate priorities. One wishes to recognize the challenges and competing interests in the Department of Education, where on the one hand, the budget is limited, and yet on the other hand, there's a demand for quality education. Honourable members, agriculture is more than an economic sector. It is a lifeline for many rural communities in our province. The challenges facing the Agribusiness Development Agency and its shortfalls for the Makatini irrigation scheme are stark reminders of our obligation to prioritize sustainable agricultural development. Let us consider agriculture through the lens of systems thinking. It is interdependent with food security, employment, and rural development. By supporting the sector, we're not only addressing the current crisis, but also building resilience against future economic and climatic shocks. Fiscal discipline is often discussed as a technical requirement, but I urge us to view it as a virtue, a commitment to justice, equity, and intergenerational responsibility. Adherence to Section 39 of the PFMA is not merely a legal obligation, but a moral one. Malicious compliance, such as the deliberate underutilization of funds, is a betrayal of public trust. As we navigate these fiscal challenges, we must embrace innovation and partnerships as transformative tools. Public-private partnerships offer not just financial relief, but also the infusion of private sector expertise into public sector initiatives. KwaZulu-Natal's untapped potential in the green economy is a case in point. Renewable energy projects could address energy deficits while creating jobs and positioning our province as a leader in sustainable development. This is not just an economic opportunity, it is a moral imperative in the face of climate change. Honorable members, robust oversight mechanisms are the backbone of accountable governance. However, oversight is not merely about control. It is about collaboration and trust building. Let us commit to transparent reporting, regular public consultations, and inclusive decision-making processes. These practices are not ancillary. They are essential for making public trust and fostering a culture of shared responsibility. Issues like GBVF, fiscal sustainability, and youth unemployment do not recognize party affiliations. They are universal challenges that demand collective action. The millions allocated for the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund is an encouraging step, but let us ensure that it is implemented with integrity and it is aligned with measurable outcomes. As Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi wisely remarked, leadership is service, and service demands sacrifice, close quote. This is a call for action for each of us to transcend political differences and prioritize the greater good. Honorable Speaker, this report is more than a document. It's a challenge to think deeply, to act decisively, and govern ethically. The choices we make today will resonate for generations. Let us embrace the spirit of Ubuntu, recognizing that our collective success hinges on our ability to uplift the most vulnerable amongst us. Together, across party lines, we can navigate these precarious waters and emerge stronger as a province, united in purpose. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We now come to the end of the debate and we'll wait for responses. The first response to the debate is by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Finance, Honorable M. Idlungwana, for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once more, thank you so much, honorable members, for your debate. And I think Honorable Biela has really summed it up quite nicely, that this is not the debate for political grandstanding, but we really need to be factual when we deal with the issues of the finances of our province. But we want to thank all of the honorable members who have participated. I must indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the committee had agreed that all of us will be members of the committee and bury our political lines when we deal with the budget and the finances of the province. And I think we must appreciate all members of the Portfolio Committee for that. I think, Honorable Seme, you are quite right. Of course, the budget was not prepared by all of us. It's the nature of government. It's perpetual. It continues. You know, even when we are not there, it will continue. And those that comes after us will find budget that would have been prepared by us. They would have to continue on that. But I think we've got limited resources that we must use appropriately. And it's our responsibility that we ensure that the departments use what has been allocated appropriately. So we are together, Honorable Seme, when you say we will push for transparency and accountability. That is us. This is what we are saying we want to see with our finances in the province. So we are together on that. So thank you so much for the contribution that you have made. Of course, I'm not going to pinpoint each and every honorable member, but I must indicate that this province, when the Department of Health took over the over 6,000 employees for COVID-19, we have all of us been saying that we want a decent job for the people. Of course, with the limited budget, it's one area that the department has been able to provide decent job to the people of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And we want to appreciate Honorable MSc, Leader of Government Business, that the Department of Transport have really over-collected, you know, and they are doing very well, and you must keep on doing the good work. There has been a lot of improvement, as it will be seen later, that even the audit outcome, you know, has in fact improved. So there is really serious improvement in that. The Honorable Brother Seth, I think, my brother, we agree on a number of issues that you've continuously raised, you know, and for advocating for strict financial governance. We are together. We are going to be working together in ensuring that we enforce such, you know, strict financial governance. So that's the main objective of this government, that the little we have must be utilized appropriately. Unfortunately, Honorable Kanye, the budget, when you've got employees, it's not possible not to allocate finances for the compensation of employees. Of course, Department of Health and Department of Education, when you look at those departments specifically, you would realize that themselves, they've got a higher percentage of employees, and therefore a higher percentage of budget would be utilized for the compensation of such employees. So, and I think that is just not a rocket science. It's a clear and straightforward issue. But of course, we are saying it has happened. When you disagree with budget, you present an alternative budget. It has not happened here in this province. I agree, Honorable Twala. The issue of Ezemvelo, we can't overemphasize it, that we should have filled, they should have filled 140 vacancies that are budgeted for, but they have not done that. And I think we were very clear, all of us as the portfolio committee, this thing of malicious compliance must not be allowed. And I think on that point, we are together. Honorable Mfega, yeah, I would have raised the issue if there was an MEC who was drunk in the meeting. And I think it's really not right. I don't want to use the other word. You know, when we debate here, we ought to be factual on issues. But there's one thing I want to clarify. The issue of 5 million rand that is being spent by the royal household is not for thinking. There is this thing that is called due diligence. You know, these are good terms. And all of us, I hope, we're going to learn when we are here. You know, and learning, it's a process. So if we can accept it in that way, that we are saying that the Royal Household Trust, we want it to be self-sustenance. And they've identified a number of projects that they are going to be, you know, investing on. And there are processes, therefore, that need to be undertaken. including that process is called due diligence. It's not called thinking budget. You know, and I hope we really learn in this regard. So, Honorable Duma, MEC, I think we agree. The province is a construction site. Everyone can see. You know, we complain that it's difficult to go to Durban when you live with respect to eThekwini. It is because the province is wherever you go south, you go north, east and west, it's a construction site. And I think the good work must continue. Thank you so much, Honorable Tax, for your contribution in the Portfolio Committee. It shows that you are indeed quite experienced in the work that of government. We appreciate your input and your work in the Portfolio Committee. So we want really to appreciate the work. We want to appreciate, Honorable Speaker, as I land, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the work that all members of the Portfolio Committee continues to do. The team from the Provincial Treasury led by the HOD, we really appreciate MEC and all we have seen something that must continue, that the MECs are part and parcel of the work that happens in their departments. And I think that is going to improve our work and the finances of our province. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. The next response is from the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight, Honorable L.J. de Klerk, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. When this debate started, I was fairly disappointed with the level of debate that was proffered. But that disappointment totally disappeared when I heard the debate of Honorable Dirks. And also to the debate of Honorable Biela. I think if you listen to the debate of Honorable Biela, you would have heard wisdom. And wisdom is the most difficult thing to do in life and to have in life. Most people try to achieve it and they never get to that point. So what is important in this legislature came to the fore today. And that is that legislators in essence is technical of nature. It is not really for politics. That is done in Cape Town. That's where policy is designed, there in Pretoria. Here for us, it's to give effect to that policy. How do we do that? Effective oversight. That's the centralization of powers process, which most members here ascribe to. So it is not to stand here and to say political statements. It's actually in debates of finance, of which Stakov is one because it's vote number 2, it's all about technical realities and being able to deal with that on committee level to come and report back here at the legislature. That's why we can't oppose such things as this, and that's why all parties adopted these reports. Our hands are tied. We do not have an impact, really, on the economy. Money is given to us by central government. It's our job to make sure that it is spent wisely and that it benefits the poor. And if we all work to that, we would earn the money we receive for sitting here. So, ask questions at committee level. Make sure the money is properly spent. That's what it's all about. And I thank all members once again for being rational and going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Salo. Now we are going to call upon the member of the Executive Council responsible for finance in KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable F.A. Rogers, to respond to the debate for 15 minutes. You've got 15 minutes, MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not a man of many words, as you know, so I don't think I'll take the full 15 minutes. Good morning to all the honourable members, the officials, the Leader of Government Business, the executive members, and to my team from Treasury. Madam Speaker, let me at the outset say that I'm really thankful and impressed the contribution and the attitude taken towards what is a difficult situation, not just in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but in our country. You know, there's one thing I've learned, that when you deal with money, if you put principle before politics, you actually get the right result. The minute you swap those two around, and you put politics ahead of principle when dealing with budgets and finances, that's when you end up in trouble. And history, in fact, tells us that. Madam Speaker, I want to assure this House that, number one, I don't steal money. Our MECs were told we steal. And perhaps, let me start off by saying, if there's a member in this House that knows of an MEC that is stealing money and you don't expose it, you're actually part of the problem. You're an accomplice. So, you know, we've just spent 2 million rand on new chairs. Please don't sit on these chairs that I have to spend another 2 million rand. Do your work. If there are people out there stealing, please tell me about it. I'll deal with it. You know, for the very first time that I can remember, Madam Speaker, we have instituted a cost-cutting instruction, not a circular. A circular, if you issue a cost-cutting circular, it gives guidelines to MECs and to departments. An instruction means you will comply. And if you don't comply with the instruction, there will be consequences. The AG will now also ensure that the instruction note is complied with. So I think that shows the sincerity of how this government is dealing with fiscal constraints. But Madam Chair, we cannot only deal with cost cutting. We've got to look at revenue generation streams. And there, in fact, we're already looking at various aspects of liquor licensing, taxing online gambling, which doesn't get taxed at all, making the royal household self-sustainable, and various other aspects of revenue generation. Because we've got to get ourselves out of this particular mess. Madam Speaker and honourable members, for the very first time, we're going to go into a budget cycle where we're going to do things differently. I'm a firm believer that historical budgeting with inflationary increases puts you in the situation we're in now. Puts you in the situation where education, health, and social development are under pressure. We've got to re-look at the way we do our budgets to take spending pressures into account. And I will be spending a day with the Treasury Executive over the next weekend, and we will formulate a process that will give us a better result when it comes to the budget. And of course, again, I've said this and members said it, if you feel that the budget is ineffective or is not going to assist, please, we've got committees. I've said to the committee of the Finance Committee, my door is always open. If you have suggestions or ideas, I'm only too willing. I don't have all the answers, and there might be some people here that have more answers than I do. Madam Speaker, there were many questions raised about education, health, the over-expenditure, and what are we doing? Well, I can tell you what we're doing. The Cabinet, the Provincial Executive agreed that Treasury officials would go into the Department of Education, the Department of Health, and we are assisting and looking at turnaround strategies and looking at the challenges of COE. So we're on top of that part of the game. There's an ongoing process to assist and capacitate those. When I talk about assist and capacitate, just yesterday, the Treasury team and the Provincial Executive called every single MEC in, every single CFO, every single HOD, and training was done and a capacity program was given on the PFMA and on responsibilities of members of the executive and senior officials. Because again, as I say, the instruction note, if it's not complied, there will be consequences. So when members talk about accountability, there will be accountability for non-compliance. The other challenge that we face, and it was raised, I think Honourable Dirks also raised it, was accruals. Accruals are a big problem. But what happens with accruals is when you don't have money, you don't pay your suppliers. So you try and hide your invoices so that you try and keep your department afloat. With the new process of budgeting, I'm hoping that we'll be able to build the current accruals into a budget process so that for once and for all, we can reduce these accruals and we can also look at implementing the system of Operation Pay on Time, which is 30 days. On a very positive note, Madam Speaker, a lot of what we've done over the last 6 months is showing results. People are saying that we're projecting to overspend by 8 billion rand. That is true. But the in-year management accounts that I went through with Treasury yesterday is showing a turnaround in that figure. It is starting to reduce. So I want to thank all of the members of the executive and those departments that are working with us to turn the situation around. Because the last thing we want to do, as I said in my debate on Tuesday, is go into any form of overdraft, because what that means is we'll have even less money because we're going to have to repay capital and interest on those. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson of the Finance Portfolio Committee, Honourable Dlungwana, for the excellent work that he's doing, and the entire committee. I have really enjoyed my engagements, and I look forward to us drilling down in greater detail into some of the budget challenges that we have. Also to our chairperson of SCOPA and to our chairperson of STACOV and your committees, this is what we need to be able to instill the fiscal discipline that many people have been talking about. Honourable Seme, I'll answer to some of those comments today. Well done. I can see you have the potential to be an MEC of Finance. Well done. You certainly have the potential. Let me just correct a couple of things. A wage agreement. This province cannot determine what the wage agreement's going to be. We are told by National Treasury what we have to budget for the wage agreement. Then the discussions happen, and then it's finalized. Now, to me, that's backward, but it is the way the system works. So when we go in and we budget 4.1% for a wage increase, that's not our determination. That's the determination by the National Treasury. But what I can say, honourable members and Speaker, is that being on the Budget Council, the National Budget Council, we've already passed a resolution driven by this province that there will be no unfunded wage agreement or no unfunded increase in wage agreement. So those are some of the positive strides that we are taking. Some of the other issues, turnaround strategies, Honourable Seme, as I said, we now have senior Treasury officials who are in both health and education, and we're looking for solutions and we're looking for ways to assist those particular departments. There were some issues raised about conditional grant spending. I did say in my debate on Tuesday that this province can pride itself that there were no conditional grants returned to National Treasury. And I think that's a great success because it was a problem in the past. Some of the other issues that I wanted to touch on, Honourable Kanye, a lot of politics, and I'm not even going to go there, because it is principle before politics when we deal with this. But, you know, so many people have said in this House, and I want to repeat it, unless you don't use the N2 or the N3, R56, I go to Durban all the time, and you see the amount of work that is going on. That is creating jobs. For every R1 million spent on infrastructure projects, we create 3 jobs. That is billions and billions of rand. You calculate it and you work it out. That's why this government is saying South Africa must become a construction site. And the reality is, if we don't play politics, Honourable Kanye, then business gets involved with us. You know, we've got the MEC of Economic Development and Tourism has got a 90 billion rand investment. I went to a business breakfast. The MEC was also there in eThekwini, where they promised 40 billion rand. Business said they will contribute 40 billion rand to solving the infrastructure challenges in eThekwini. That's when you start putting principle before politics and people start believing that you're on the right track. I've dealt with and the lifestyle audits. I welcome lifestyle audits, but then it must be for everybody, not for some of us, because I believe we've got some tenderpreneurs, some contractors in the house here. So if we're going to do lifestyle audits, let's do it, but let's do it for everybody. I welcome that. We've got nothing to hide. Madam Speaker, I think I have covered every issue. If you read the Natal Witness, I don't know if you still have copies here in the ledge, Madam Speaker. There's a very interesting opinion piece in today's Natal Witness by Clive and Do, and I recommend you read it and you digest it, because it sends a very clear message what we need to be doing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So thank you once again. Thank you to my Treasury team, and I look forward to a progressive and positive relationship with everybody in this House to get ourselves out of these fiscal challenges that we face. Ndiyabulela, Somlo.
Ndiyabulela malungu endlu ahloniphekileyo. Sesifikeleke kwesa sigatyana sokuba sivotela i-mid-term budget review ebibekiwe phambi kwendlu. Ayithi kaloku andizuhlutshwa ngabahlonitshwa pha. Ndizawucela uba kukhale intsimbi imizuzu emithathu. Akekho service officers ongaphakathi osazawuphuma kulo 3 minutes. Bazawungena kuphela. Akekho umhlonitshwa osazawuphuma as we are ringing the bells. Both Oh, okay. Honorable members, before we start on the actual procedure, I first want to confirm the numbers. I will go party by party, no bala. So, no. Honorable Moyo. We will be Honorable Mbanjwa. I will start with you. Honorable Mbanjwa, kuthiwa kaloku nguwe umbhexesho intloko. I want you to hear me. I will be verifying the numbers of the people or members that are here so that before we even actually start to vote, before I even go through the procedure, so that we avoid. Nobala, we'll start with the MKP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have the MKP, 31 members in the House, 3 connecting virtually. That gives us 34 members from the MK party.
Okay, the EFF.
Madam Speaker.
Before you go, you confirm, Chief Whip. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With the EFF, we have 1 member physically in the House and 1 member connected virtually. It's 2 members.
You confirm Whip of the minorities. You confirm. Thank you. NFP.
1 member physically in the House, Madam Speaker.
You confirm, Honorable Sheng. There was
the Honorable Speaker's corner song.
Okay. Honorable members, I request on this one, I request that sihleke ngenhliziyo, simemeze ngenhliziyo. DA?
10 members physically in the House and 1 member connected virtually.
Do you confirm, Honorable Kika?
Madam Speaker, yes, I confirm.
Yes, Doc. Then ANC?
12 members, 13 members including the Speaker physically in the House and 1 member connected virtually.
It's confirmed, Honorable Speaker.
IFP?
11 members physically in the House and 1 connected virtually, Madam Speaker.
Do you confirm?
I confirm.
Okay, what is the total, Nobala?
For the IFP, it's 12 members, Madam Speaker.
It's
12.
No. I mean the total. It has been confirmed by Honorable de Klerk. I mean, when you add that 34 plus 2 plus 1 plus 11 plus 14 plus 12, when you have all of them together.
The total is 74, including the Speaker.
I am sure, Whips, you have done the maths. We've got 74 members. Now, I am starting the voting. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the KwaZulu-Natal Media Budget Performance Reports 2024-25. The House needs to vote on both reports on finance and stack-off. We will deal with both in turn, starting with the Finance Committee report as per the request of the Finance Portfolio Committee. I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to adopt the KwaZulu-Natal Media Budget Performance Report 2024-25 as indicated prior to the start of the debate. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I'll start with the MKP. Masa sivota ke manje MKP.
Thank you, Speaker. The MK party supports the adjustment.
EFF.
Thank you, Honorable. The Common Freedom Fighters support.
NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the NFP supports the report.
DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the adjusted budget.
ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the adjustment budget.
IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the report.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Any member? No, Bala. If there is none, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor 73, votes against no, abstentions no. The Speaker does not have a deliberative vote. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Votes in favor 73, against 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. I will now move to the voting on the Standing Committee on Oversight report. As per the request of Starkov, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The House agrees to adopt the KwaZulu-Natal Mid-Year Budget Performance Report 24, 25 by Starkov. I am now, as indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I'll start with MKP.
Honorable Speaker, MK support the Starkov report. Thank you.
EFF.
Gibonga Samlo, the Common Freedom Fighters support the Starkov report.
NFP.
Honorable Somlomo, the National Freedom Party supports the Starkov report.
DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports.
ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports.
IFP.
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports the report.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Is there any member who has an individual vote or to abstain? No, Pala?
Thank you,
if there is none, can I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Votes in favor 73, votes against no, abstentions no. The Speaker does not have a deliberative vote. Thank you.
Honourable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. In favor 73, against nil, abstentions nil. The ayes have it. Thereafter, that concludes voting on the mid-term budget performance reviews. Thereafter, this item on the order paper is concluded. The report is concluded. Thank you, honourable members. It has been very, very long, I must say, that we have had an adoption of report in this fashion. I want to thank party leaders and thank party whips in all sides of the House, both sides of the House. Thank you, leadership. We will now, honourable members, move to the next debate, which is the debate on the 2024 Women's Parliament session held in uThukela district. We will start with the report by the chairperson of the Quality of Life and status of women, children, youth, and disabled persons following a legislature outreach program of 2024 Women's Parliament session held in uThukela district. And I therefore call upon the Honorable F.A. Masiko, the chairperson, to table the report for 10 minutes. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Leader of Government Business, honorable members. Amongst the key principles guiding the public involvement mandate of the legislative sector is to encourage active and representative participation that enables different sectors of the society to meaningfully influence the decisions that affect their lives. To achieve this key imperative, the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature consistently holds annual sectorial parliaments in the length and breadth of the province. Amongst our flagship sectorial parliaments is the Women's Parliament, which has over the years proven to be an important platform that finds solutions to issues affecting women. It is held in the month of August, which is dedicated to celebrating the resilience of women and, more importantly, their contribution to the attainment of freedoms that South Africa enjoys today. Honorable members, the 2024 Women's Parliament was held at uThukela District Municipality's uKhahlamba Sports Complex on the 8th of August 2024, which was less than a month after the commencement of the 7th term. The session was a resounding success, with women from different political affiliations engaging in robust, fruitful, and constructive debates that led to the adoption of progressive resolutions that will take women of this province to greater heights. The sitting was preceded by a series of planning meetings, which were attended by representatives of women's political formations and chaired by the Quality of Life Standing Committee Chairperson, the Honorable Fikile Masiko. To ensure maximum participation of women, the Women's Parliament was streamed live on various social media platforms as well as Microsoft Teams. The 2024 Women's Parliament was held under the theme, and I quote, "Celebrating 30 years of democracy, accelerate equity and strengthen women development," close quote. The Women's Parliament convened commissions on the 7th of August 2024 at Champagne Sport Resort. Commissions were chaired by the chairpersons of portfolio committees. Women formations had to split their delegation into 4 commissions, and government department representatives made presentations that were engaged in commissions while resolutions were being drafted. The commissions were clustered as follows. Commission 1 focused on governance, state capacity, and institutional development cluster, which combined with justice, crime prevention, and security cluster. The government departments which participated in this commission is the Office of the Premier, COGTA, Treasury, as well as Community Safety and Liaison. Commission 2 focused on social protection, human and community development cluster. The government departments which were part and parcel or participated in this commission are the Department of Education, Department of Health, as well as the Department of Social Development. Commission 3 focused on social protection, human and community development cluster, with the participating departments which are Sports, Arts and Culture, the Department of Human Settlements, as well as the Department of Public Works. Commission 4 focused on economic sectors, investment, employment, and infrastructure development, with the participating departments being ATIA, Agriculture and Rural Development, as well as Transport. In terms of the sitting and the presentations for the Women's Parliament, the Women's Parliament received welcoming remarks and a message of support from both the mayors of uThukela District and uKhahlamba Local Municipality mayors, respectively. The Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable N.N. Boyce, delivered the keynote address, which outlined the purpose of the Women's Parliament. The Speaker emphasized that legislature should ensure heightened women development through oversight, and that the legislature will ensure that gender budgeting finds expression across departments. The Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable A.T. Ntuli, presented a report on the progress that has been made by the provincial department in the implementation of the resolutions taken during the 2023 Women's Parliament. The Premier made a commitment that the provincial government would continue to implement resolutions that emerge from the sectorial parliaments. The Premier further highlighted that gender-based violence, crime and unemployment were a cause for concern in the province. He made a commitment to fight crime through SAPS and community safety and liaison, since it is now located in the office of the Premier. The Women's Parliament planning meetings had proposed 5 topics and accordingly received presentations as follows. The first area focused on the opportunities for women in transport and logistics and was presented through the Department of Transport by the MEC, the Leader of Government Business. Second topic focused on the opportunities that the department has for rural women through the Department of Human Settlements. Third topic focused on the department's plan to respond to brutal effects of violence against women and its strategies to deal with perpetrators through the MEC for Social Development. Further, we had a fourth topic focusing on the SAPS intervention on the proliferation of drugs, which was presented by the South African Police Service, with the last topic dealing with issues of gender equality, which was presented by the Commission of Gender Equality. The sitting of the Women's Parliament emulated that of the KZN Legislature in terms of the rules. A 60-minute debate was held and time was proportionally divided in line with the rules of the KZN Legislature. In conclusion, honorable members, the 2024 Women's Parliament was a successful event which was characterized by robust engagements and well-thought debates from the women of KwaZulu-Natal who were united. The Women's Parliament produced draft resolutions which were adopted during the sitting. These resolutions are to be implemented by the government of KwaZulu-Natal while the legislature plays its oversight responsibilities. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Masiko. We will start with the substantive debate for 12 minutes. Honorable D.L. Nzama of the MKP. Honorable members, may I please remind you to please come forward in time so that we can start. Please can we be cognizant of the time? Thank you, honorable members.
Ngibingelele Indlu Shamthetho, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, MECs, Honorable Nkosi Yesizwe Baba Chiliza, Progressive Caucus EFF, Umkhonto weSizwe Party. Nevakashi zethu ngiyabingelela. Ngibingelele ngokukhethekile ubaba uNcamalala uJacob Zuma upresident wami in his absentia. Ngizoqala la. Ngizothanda ukubonga. Ngihalelisele amaqhawekazi akithi. Awazabalaza. Ngesikhathi sobandlululo 1956 omama bagcwala umgwaqo about 20,000 bemashela ubandlululo. Ngibonga amaqhawekazi Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Albertina Sisuli, Joseph William. Ngithi may the heroes rest in peace. Ayekhala ememeza ethi hamba Dompasi. Siyabonga ngoba sasihleli obandlululweni singakwazi ukungena endaweni kuthiwa ngena abamhlophe kuphela. Njengoba sisahlala emahlathini namanje ngoba sasilahlwe emahlathini thina njengendle emnyama. Siyabonga. I quote, "A woman with a voice is by definition strong woman," by Melinda French Great. And I quote, "Behind very great woman is a great woman," by Katie Hood. 50-50, ngizokhuluma ngale nto ka 50-50, that's gender equality. Ayisebenzeli thina okwamanje. 50-50 rule in South Africa, especially in KZN, equitable representation of women which aim to promote gender equality. Ake ngibuze nje. Khona senikhuluma kangaka, ake ngibuze nje, Madam Speaker. Ake ngibuze. Bangakanani abantu besifazane abakhona la kulesi shamthetho?
Ngiyaxolisa sisi. Honorable members, can you please converse not so loudly so that you don't drown the speaker? I implore you. Thank you. Ungaqhubeka.
Ngibuya ngizobuza lokuthi mangaka ama female awo minister, abantu besifazane abawo minister like KZN. Ngibuye ngizobuza ukuthi uyazi ukuthi ninehlazo to this 30 years democracy GPU, only one former premier owabakhona kulo 30 years umuntu wesifazane uformer premier uNomisa Dube Ncube. Ninehlazo namanje kusayiprima kusayindoda. Uma sobela la kuma district omeya bekho besifazane, so ayibalance le gender equality ngempela. Ayibalance nje leyo gender ukuthi kuyalingana, fanele ukuthi sithole imisebenzi ngendlela elinganayo. Sibonga ku MEC waka health ukuthi at least kuma position akwa health uthathe inxenxeba yokuthi the most of the women are kuma higher position kwa health. Siyabonga lapho. States of institution sibheka kwi judicial ukuthi at least we have 55% kungconywana kodwa akakafiki la sifuna khona. In private sector there is a slow progress, asikakafiki la sifisa khona thina abantu besifazane. Ngizothanda ukungena la ku rural area. We still women, we have limited access to education and health, economic opportunities.
Honorable members, please, Rule 56(1). Please do not converse out loud. We are getting louder and louder. We cannot hear the speaker on the podium. Please, honorable members on my right. Thank you. Honorable Nzana.
Ngibuye ukuthi thina abantu besifazane sisacindezelekile la KZN. Kunendawo zamakhosi lapho ukuthi mozobekwa khona inxiwa ungakwazi ukubekwa ngoba kuthiwa awunayo umuntu wesilisa awunayo umkhwenyana. Lapho sisacindezelekile kwezinye indawo kusanjalo. I would like to share the story. Undlunkulu Umolefe, who is the deputy chairperson of Umkungudlo Local House and Traditional Leaders, share her experience when a husband passed away, when she was come as a widow, as she was a young stage. Her husband passed away. Undlunkulu Molefe uyabalula ukuthi uyacela government emphasize that important government protecting rights of Ondlunkulu as such as instance, since they can become easy target with the respective family. Abantu omama baba felokazi kuyenzeka if usebedlulelwa abakhwenyana babo uthola ukuthi usiya affecteka emndenini sekuthiwa kangenwe ebengathandi if engafuna ukungenwa uyamajina nje kuthiwa uyizongena umahlalela ogudla iqele kuthiwa ngena umahlalela. Ngizofuna ukungena la ku-GBV sisenawo amakhesi e-GBV. E-GBV sisenayo i-challenge la uthola ukuthi kunamakhesi e-GBV umuntu uyobika amakhesi emaphoyiseni kuthiwa iy'moto azikho sisane-challenge. Siyocela uhulumeni ukuthi angenelele ukuthi at least ake kube khona abantu aba-well trained ngo-GBV kuma-police station. Ake kuqashwe ama-social worker azokwazi ukuthi abambisane nabantu abazo-reporta amacala ka-GBVF lapha ema-police station. U-GBVF usezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu la KwaZulu-Natal. Uhulumeni akakalandelele angenelele ukuthi yini eyenza ukuthi u-victim a-withdrawe icala angavele nje umuntu a-decide ko-withdraw icala because izona zonke izinto ezama-cause suicide because ufile ngathi uneglethiwe emphakathini ngoba kuwukuthi kuthiwa a-withdraw icala ngoba esatshiswa. Amaphoyisa akangenelele if ukuthi amaphoyisa ahluleka abamrefer kuma-social worker ukuze kwaze ukuthi ingqinamba yini. Ngizongena la ey'nganeni. This month we're celebrating 16 days of activism. No violence against women and children. Mina bengifisa thina somkhonto wesizwe sifisa ukuthi le 15 days activism kube every day I quote Child Act on 2005 and I close 18 years and below they need to be protected ngayo yonke indlela ingane zethu ziya abuswa, there's human trafficking, ziyathathwa idayisiswa imizimba zithathwe abantu bangaphandle bayidayisiswa umzimba. Naka nama-Grootman abilitile a-abuse ingane zethu. Yini a-abuse ingane zethu ingenxa yendlala sine-poverty thina abantu abamnyama. Sine-poverty. Ngizongena la ey'nganeni immigration izingane umama mekhulelwe efikile lana ezele kufunakala i-DNA 1500 okuwukuthi leyo ngane yahlukumezeka ngoba ayikwazi nanokuthi ithole i-grant. Uhulumeni akakasukume avale lesi sibobo sokuthi abantu bakwazi ukungena bangaphandle la ezweni lakithi vele bayaphi beze bezofuna ukuthi bathole i-DNA yokuthi ukuze bakwazi ukuthi babe ne-grant yey'ngane. Ngizongena la ku-Department of Education siyabonga Department of Education and Sports and Culture ukuthi niyahlanganisa ukuthi kuzoba khona nama-mobile library ey'ndaweni zaku-rural because ukuze iy'ngane zethu zikwazi ukuthola imfundo ngendlela eyanele. Thina siwumkhonto wesizwe party besicela u-Department of Education ayenze nje lento ye-teenagers pregnant include kuma-subjects as a curriculum ukuthi nje kwazi ukuthi kuyafundwa ngendaba ye-early pregnancy teenagers because ama-NGO amaningi asakwazi ukuthi afinyelele ngenxa yokuthi kuthiwa babambezeleke. Quality of education for our children is not the same. Noma singaphika noma singakhuluma ayifani equality yey'ngane ezama-multi ney'ngane efunda ku-rural. That is for sure. In our rural nakuma-township akufani. Ngizongena la ekutheni nakho nje iy'ngane ezenza i-science uthola ukuthi uma kuyi-period esent bayazi ukuthi bahamba direct bayofunda physical. Ezethu ama-laboratory asinawo awanele, angisho ukuthi kodwa akanele kodwa besicela ukuthi andiswe. I-cause ye-bullying kuyofanele siyibheke ey'koleni ukuthi i-bullying i-cause yayo idalwa u-GBV, violence, some ever issues that provoked by experience, behavior that they cannot cough it out. Uthola ukuthi mangakanani amacala acindezelayo umuntu akakwazi ukukhuluma uhleli nomzali ngoba uhleli ngaphansi kwestepfather uyahlukumezeka usiyafika esikoleni usebhuli ngoba akakwazi ukukhuluma ngenxa ye-poverty lekhaya lo baba thina uyasondla soshonaphi thula wena musu ukukhuluma. Ngizongena la kwi-youth. Uma ngizongena la kwi-youth insakavukela umchilo wesidaba vele nje i-youth sine problem yokuthi i-youth ayisebenzi KwaZulu-Natal nje. characterize ukuthi nje i-youth is like 58% engasebenzi. Bese sebengena edakamizweni, or criminal, drugs abuse, human trafficking, yonke lento engafanele. Ake sibhekelelwe ingane ze-youth ukuthi ngempela imisebenzi itholakala. Ngokukhulu ukuphuthuma nje ngizojomba. Ngifisa ukungena la ukuthi ama youth help desk la khona akasebenzi ngendlela efanele komasipala. Akakathi ukulandela lama youth help desk ukuthi alekelele ukuze ingane zikwazi ukuthi zithole imisebenzi zibe khona kwi database kubona bonke omasipala abakhele isifundazwe. Bengicela ukubuza Madam Speaker ukuthi uPrima wathembisa abantu lapha uThukela ukuthi there's a empowerment women funding ezayo namanje basalindile bayabuza ngabe kwenzakalani. Ngiyadlula lapha ngizofuna ukungena kubantu aba disable.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nzama. Next Honorable Member for 12 minutes, Honorable TP Mtetwa of the IFP.
Impela Moses. Right, manje funa ngithula ke kodwa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Lead of Business, Government Business, Honorable MECs, colleagues, it is in the election manifesto in 2021, the IFP promised to lead through servant leadership, accountability, and responsive governance. But before going to my speech, the honorable member we said most of the CFOs in the different departments are not doing well. But I want to inform him that most of these CFOs are black women. Most of them, they have received audit reports that are good and promising. And that is also a testimony that they are doing very well. To hear an honorable member ridiculing them is tantamount to ridiculing ourselves. It doesn't know where to start because this is we are within the period of 16 days. Then we find someone saying something about women that is not correct. Shame on you. The honorable member ezenzinyanga iyasuka isukela umhlonishwa ushinga izothi uyacebezela. Mina kuyangethusa ngoba indodana kababa ubaba abathanda abantu abacebezelayo agijima eshawini. For me ukubuka bonke abantu ekade bekhuluma la, then you choose a woman. Ubuso wonke ama-MECs, then you choose a woman. Ubuso uyi-choose ungasho ukuthi yenzeni. Ubuso ubulawa ukucebezela. Really akuboni budoda lobo. Yilabantu esizokhuluma ngabo namhlanje abakwazi ukuvele beshuze umuntu wesifazane ngoba becabanga ukuthi is a weak link. Stop it. We are strong and we know ukuthi senzani. Imani nje kancane. Usukela ushinga nje umazi nokumazi. The discrimination and violation of women's rights still persist in the face of our people, especially because we've just seen an example of a typical woman that is a man that is discriminating women. You are a walking testimony of what we are faced with. These challenges of discrimination have overlapped into democracy, and they seem to be continuing.
Sorry, Honorable Mthethwa, can you please take a seat? Honorable members, can I please hear the honorable member? Honorable member, what do you stand on? Honorable members, please. Honorable member, please, can you continue? What rule do you stand on?
Rule 57, 1D.
1D.
Yes.
Honorable member. Honorable member, please, may I do my job? I struggle when there's a lot of noise. Honorable Mthethwa, Nyambose, the member would ask you, please, if you have a question. If you'd like to take a question.
A trained, qualified teacher for over 20 years can take any question. Provided I have time, I can also have the time to teach you even out of this house.
Yes, honorable member, you may ask your question.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo, ngiyajabula ukuthi honorable member angiphe an opportunity yokubuza. Cha, ebengifuna ukubuza honorable Madam Speaker ukuthi kukhona yini okurong uma i-honorable member eyincomela honorable Shingo MEC yilo mbuzo nje kuphela.
Honorable member.
Angikusize iBhayibheli lithi uma ubuka umuntu wesifazane ngeso lokumhalela usuwenzile isono kuronguke lokho.
Can the time continue, please?
Then let me continue, honorable members. I was fortunate enough to accompany the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Thamsanqa Ntuli, when he was visiting the center, uThukela Center at SCOPA, where one bore testimony of harsh realities of the women and child abuse at the hands of male persons who abused the little girl just because of her gender and age. An elderly woman who could barely walk had brought into the facility her granddaughter, who was a rape survivor, a 9-year-old girl whose life had been threatened with, whose rights have been violated and is now faced with this trauma every day. Furthermore, women are often the face of poverty in South Africa. They are the survivors of rape and victims of gender-based violence and femicide. Women still face exploitation at their workplaces. Women are the highest number of people living with HIV and AIDS. It is against this backdrop that women empowerment needs to be realized in true sense of the word. When we say a playing field needs to be leveled, it's because of these injustices and discriminatory practices that still persist in our society, that women's rights too are essential for fairness, opportunities, equality, and social justice. Women need to be empowered. Talking of empowerment, although everyone agrees that women still need a long way to go to catch up with their counterparts, strides are being made by the government of provincial unity, or GPU, to level the playing field with notable initiatives that are budgeted for and ring-fenced financial resources toward women emancipation and development. We crisscrossed the districts of South Africa during election campaigning. We committed ourselves to championing the interest of women and children. We are from different political parties, but when we speak of women, we have all agreed that we will champion women activities. To this end, the government of provincial unity led by IFP alongside the ANC and DA and the NFP has established a tailor-made women programs aimed at confronting challenges they face and promoting their development, gender equality, economic empowerment, sustainable agricultural food security program, as well as leadership development and capacity building programs. In my department, because in umuntu fanele aqale lapha hlezi khona in agriculture and rural development, women feel juvenated because of the progressive programs we have put in place. They have warmed up to the idea of Pesgom Female Award that we are going to be having each and every year, where we are honoring women that have done well in agriculture. And the department is also having about 4,821 women that have been given projects, 1,492 youth, 81 disabled people are supported and will be supported. It is important that at the center of all our development efforts, we put women, in particular rural women, at the top of our priorities. When we were at uThukela, we heard that women were saying they are not in the fishery business, but we are saying we are going to look at that together with the Department of ATIA to make sure that we assist them. And when also we are at uThukela, because people have forgotten that we're debating the reports or the dialogue that was there at uThukela, women indicated that at Umkanyaguti, where I'm coming from, there are few programs that are coming from ATIA, but the department is looking at that, and we're happy because we have seen it when we were at the OSS at Umkanyaguti. We have seen different departments taking in charge. When we were speaking about when they were speaking about uThukela centers, the different department, because when we look at the uThukela centers, we have seen that it needs different department. They have committed themselves in coming together and work and make sure that these centers are there for our communities. Most people complained there about water services. They say they are always carrying water and they wanted COGTA to act. But fortunately, you can witness that because we've seen COGTA giving them water tankers, visiting different communities, different municipalities, speaking about issue of service delivery, including water, and we are happy about the stride we are making. When we look at the women representatives, because they were crying, we have seen, although you are now talking as if you have not seen, we're crying that women are not in the senior position. We have these CFOs, we have head of ministries, we have almost in all departments, women are leading. Go and sit down and do your counting and you see that we have a number of women that are doing excellent jobs. Even the DG is doing excellent job, is one of us. And also, when you look at the women MECs here, you can take them wherever. You can take them to Gauteng, they will represent KZN. You take them abroad, they will represent KZN because they are women of substance, not that they are wearing dresses so that we think that those are the women. I'm particularly happy with the office of the Premier and also with the leader, Honorable Mtombeni and Honorable Duma, because they are channeling us towards one direction, because one aim of assisting women. And someone was saying we've never seen the 200 million. 200 million is there. You apply, wait. Go and tell the MK people, because here we are working like God. God is saying, I will help even those that are mocking me, even if you say, and we are here to assist women, regardless of what left, no right, no down. And now we will develop them, even if you like it or not, but we're going to do it because we took an oath. Your dedication to women, the Premier's dedication to women with the cabinet have also assisted many women, especially if you can count. We have some numbers that can show that this is the number. Yesterday, we've been informed of a state-of-the-art uThukela Center that is coming through this program and through this 7th administration. We have been also informed, we have been also informed about a lab, a unique lab that is not, that we do not have even in the province, but that will be assist in the testing of, assisting in issues of the DNA testing. Ngabe nithi, naze nasebenza. Mina, I'm pleading ukuthi, for once, let us be a team. Let us be a team that will go out and be proud with number. When I was in the government, I contributed, and this is what I said. And yenzeka. Ay bochitha zonke nje.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mthethwa. The next Honorable Member for 4 minutes, Honorable HGS Mavimbela of the ANC. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Leader of Government Business, Lwandle. I greet you all in the name of the African National Congress, Umbutho Wabantu. As we gathered here, I am so humbled and privileged to represent the people of KwaZulu-Natal, women in particular, who voted for the ANC in their numbers. We remember the countless women who were arrested, detained, and tortured for their activism, so that we are called honorable members. We remember women who lost their loved ones, their homes, and their livelihoods in the fight for freedom. I want to take you back to the words of Umamu Albertina Sisulu, who profoundly said, and I quote, "Women are people who are going to relieve us from this oppression and depression," close quote. Mamu Sisulu powerful words underscore the pivotal role that women have played and continue to play in the fight against oppression and pursuit of freedom and equality. I want to take a moment to reflect on the remarkable journey of women in our province, particularly those from the ANC. Indeed, their struggle, sacrifice, and triumphs have shaped our history and continue to inspire us. The ANC has entrusted me with the responsibility to debate these issues, bearing in mind where we come from. And therefore, I will not undertake this exercise blindly without considering the evil eye legacy apartheid. Hence, we will not come to this august house to complain and lament about the difficult condition under which women wage. However, we are here to carry the baton forward of the strong and resilient women who fought tirelessly against colonialism and government of apartheid. Indeed, we are standing tall on the shoulders of the heroines. Abesifazane abafana nomama Florence Mkhize, Margaret Mqadi, Dorothy Nyembe, Lillian Ngoyi, nokuhamba nyawo babamba iqhaza elikhulu ekulweleni inkululeko kanye nokulingana kwethu. And it is therefore their bravery and determination that paved the way for us and the future generation to continue the struggle and fight for women's rights and equality until we realize the full emancipation of women and true national democratic revolution is pursued. Kuyiqiniso elingephikiso ukuthi the women of this province in their majority have always and continue to rightfully pin their hopes onto the ANC Women's League to transform their material condition. For centuries, women have been relegated to subordinate roles, step ladders for their counterparts, denied equal opportunities, and subjected to various forms of violence and discrimination. Issues of gender inequality that continue to perpetuate patriarchal norms and entrench economic injustices that continue to persist in our communities. The ANC has long recognized the importance of
promoting and protecting gender equality. Our commitment to this cause is enshrined in the Freedom Charter, which declares that, and I quote, all people are equal before the law and that all shall enjoy equal rights. And in pursuit of this vision, the caring ANC-led government has implemented various policies and programs aimed at promoting gender equality. E.g., it has established the Commission of Gender Equality, which worked tirelessly to promote and protect the rights of women. While the ANC has made significant strides in promoting this exercise, other parties have failed to match our commitment. We therefore urge them to adopt the implementation of the policies that promote gender equality.
Ngiyaxolisa malungu ahloniphekile ngisafika ngisabheka ne-speakers list kodwa nje mawipha amahle uyasukuma nje wipha ithi ixesha liphelile hey kodwa ungabethi hey hawo hey cabanga ukuthi umuntu omdala kangako nezibuko umluku umhlonipha engimsaba nokumsaba. The next speaker is Honorable Dr. Imran Kika on behalf of the DA for 8 minutes.
Greetings to Madam Speaker and all the honorable members. Honorable members, Madam Speaker, public participation and the provision for face-to-face interactions with those who govern KwaZulu-Natal remains a cornerstone of this legislature. It does, however, remain a double-edged sword for the government of our province. On the one hand, it furthers democracy, and on the other, it lays bare the glaring challenges that government has to grapple with, amongst other things. There are a myriad of long-standing social and economic challenges facing the people of KwaZulu-Natal. It is a sad indictment that the people raised what can only be seen as an indictment upon some who served before us when delegates at the 2024 Women's Parliament spoke of resolutions taken as far back as 2022, many of which have to be still addressed. The vigor shown by the GPU to get things done is filled with hope that will change as this GPU develops. It is incumbent upon the chairpersons of committees to ensure that we relentlessly follow up on the resolutions taken as we move forward. Given the nature of the concerns raised by those who placed us in this office, it is indeed time for serious reflection when delegates speak of how the same challenges follow on year in and year out. These delegates do not have the luxury of leaving that women's parliament and they return to another reality where they do not have the same luxuries as the time when they attend. The government of provincial unity has to find meaningful solutions in an exemplary way and addressing the valid points that were raised by each and every one of those who contributed to the sessions on that day. It is also incumbent for citizens to keep the MKP out of local government that is coming up or anywhere near the coffers of all spheres of government if any of the gains of the GPU are to be lasting. State capture and the 9 wasted years can't be whitewashed. How much longer must we hear from victimized women that there are no social or judicial mechanisms in place to protect them from ongoing brutal gender-based violence? It is shocking that some delegates and participants in the event may have returned home that same evening only to become victims again of the same violence and sexual assault. Again, how many more debates and resolutions must we take at Women's Parliament, table them and work with them, such as forcing teachers to deal with teenage pregnancy, peer pressure, bullying, and the killing of our youth? Resolutions to properly equip and train SAPS personnel to handle GBV cases is a sensitive matter, and to form specialized investigative teams is definitely a priority. I make this claim in the full knowledge that government needs to do more. Resolutions without action doesn't change society. Actions in and of itself does. And this we will continue to do. By the way, honorable members on this side of the House, on my right, you will know that we are not the ones who said that we will send all pregnant girls to Robben Island. The DA welcomes the resolutions dealing with a call on cross-border crime to be dealt with swiftly. The DA has for years called for our porous borders to be shut and for those who cause harm to our citizens to be kept out. Resolutions of undocumented foreigners, fathering and abandoning children, rendering them a life without a future. We have seen that no child can prosper and be granted opportunity when they cannot be registered at birth or even enrolled in our schools. And to this end, we have now seen the GNU's DA Minister of Home Affairs moving swiftly in this sector to resolve these problems, and we welcome this. Honorable members will bear testament to Minister Schreiber's fast-paced resolutions of the many backlogs that existed in this regard, and citizens can indeed welcome this. Perhaps the biggest intervention pleaded for is the dire need for most basic educational principles within the intermediate teaching phase. Reading and writing for meaning and mathematics and understanding it is the core to a successful nation. Yet delegates again lamented that the lack of libraries and support mechanisms to uplift the youth and take them out of the cycle of poverty are not there. We understand that this is not exclusively within the purview of the Department of Education. It is really so difficult to give books to the youth so that we may be able to lift them out of poverty through these tools that are provided to them. The GPU commits to this through sports, arts, and culture, and that has to be within the fiscal framework. The cornerstones of education, safety, justice, and equality must start emerging from the quagmire of the red-taped administrative processes that bind all of this. They must emerge swiftly and must have a meaningful impact on the lives of those who braved coming to the Women's Parliament and raising the issues in that space. We expect nothing less, Madam Speaker. KZN's GPU is committed to doing things rather than just talking. We are committed to tackling the vast number of challenges of the people of our province. It will take time, but the difference now is that there is a renewed political vigor and a renewed political leadership to ensure that this happens. MEC Mthethwa, as a member of the executive, has already outlined what the plans are as she has suggested, and we must continue to commend the commitments that she has made standing from this platform. We also welcome the comments made by the Honorable Mavimbela and the commitments as part of this GPU to ensure that we deliver collectively. There is a saying from Justice Sandra Day O'Connor when she said, "As women achieve power, the barriers will fall." I would like to point out to the honorable members that 60% of the DA caucus are women. The GPU is committed to an ethical, capable, and caring government. Nkosi Sikeleli, Africa.
Thank you. The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable Tinko C of the EFF.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. Somlomo nendle hloniphekileyo ngicela ukuthatha leli thuba ngidlulisa amazenduduzo kuyo yonke imindeni elahlekelwe amalunga ayo ngenxa ye-gender based violence. Sithi siyazwelana nabo ubuhlungu ababuzwayo nathi siyabuzwa, siphinde sizwelane nabo bonke ababe izisulu zokunikeza ngokocansi. Siyabonga umbiko wePhalamende labesifazane elalenziwe okhahlamba ngenyanga ka-Agasti. Iqiniso lithi emva kweminyaka engu-30 lelizwe lathola inkululeko, abesifazane bakuleli kakhulukazi abamnyama basacindezelekile. Abakakutholi ukukhululeka kahle. Kusanegebe elikhulu lokungalingani ngokwamaholo emkhakheni ehlukene. Kusanegebe lokungameleleki ngokulingana emisebenzini nakwezepolitiki kanjalo nakwezomnotho. Ngenxa yokungalingani okucishe iningi labesifazane basezindaweni zasemakhaya abalitholanga ithuba lokuya esikoleni, okwenza abanye babo bengakwazi ukuzimela abancike kakhulu kubantu besilisa. Iningi labo liyaqhubeka nokuba izisulu ze-gender based violence kanye nokuhlukunyezwa ngokocansi.
Uxolo mhlonishwa Nkosi. Uxolo simisa isikhathi besiku-39 bakithi. Isikhathi sikamhlonishwa Nkosi siku-39. Mhlonishwa Nkosi, I am just alerted that there is conflicting correspondence from your party that the EFF will not continue to participate. Are you aware of that, or will allow you to continue to participate?
Yes, Somlomo, in the next debate, we have a party commitment with the Honorable Twala.
In the next one?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You may continue. We will read it as if it refers to the next debate, Nopala, not to all debates, to the next debate. Thank you so much.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi isishayamthetho sisinike ithuba lokubunga ngezinkinga esibhekene nazo singabantu besifazane. Siyabonga ngezincomo ezenziwe kuleli phalamende, kepha siyafisa ukugcizelela ukuthi singakhuluma ngakho konke okuhlukumeza umuntu wesifazane, kodwa abesifazane abasoze bakhululeka uma bengakayitholi inkululeko yezomnotho. Sibonile kukhulunywa ngokuthi umnyango ka-Treasurer ukhiphe u-62% webudget yawo ukucisha abesifazane kwezomnotho. Kepha akucaci kahle ukuthi hlobo luni loxhaso olutholakele. Ngakho siyafisa ngonyaka ozayo kukhulunywe kabanzi ngale program kungakhiwa phezulu. Siyabonga futhi ukuthi izincomo zokuthi abesifazane abasikelwe umhlaba ongasebenzile ukuze benze ama-projects ahlukene okubalwa i-project yama-cannabis. Sithi nje uhulumeni akaqhubeke abanikeze abantu besifazane umhlaba njengoba sazi ukuthi abanye babo bawomama bazimele abasenabo obaba emakhaya. Siyiqembu le-EFF sithi abantu besifazane abasikelwe umhlaba, izinduna namakhosi zingasho ukuthi kufunakala ukuthi kube khona umuntu wesilisa ukuze usikelwe umhlaba, ngoba siyazi ukuthi amanye amakhaya aphethwe abantu besifazane bebodwa. Kwiphalamende elalihleli okhahlamba, ungqongqoshe wezempilo waphakamisa into yokuthi ukuthwala kwezingane abantu abadala akuthathwe njengecala. Siyaphinda futhi siyaqinisekisa lokho ukuthi akube njalo, kungabi ukuthi sasikhuluma nje ngoba sasiphambi kwabantu. Ngoba abantu abadala abathwala izingane asikuthathe njengokuthi bayayinukubeza ngokocansi beboshwe abenza ububi. Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
Thank you, Honorable Ngosi. The next speaker for 4 minutes is Honorable Emisi Shinga for NFP.
Ngibonge Somlomo, ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive Council, honorable members. History has shown us that when women rise, nations rise with them. Women are the backbone of our communities, the nurturers of our families, and the drivers of progress. Yet, far too often their voices are muted, their potential overlooked, and their contributions undervalued. Today, we have an opportunity to ensure that Their voices echo loudly in the halls of power. Their potential is fully realized and their contributions are celebrated as they deserve. It is in the spirit and inspired by the vision of leaders like VZ Kamagwaza Msibi, who reminded us that the household head of families in rural communities are mainly women, that we gather to push forward an agenda of empowerment, equality, and justice for the women of KwaZulu-Natal. Let us seize this moment not only to debate, but to act decisively for women who carry the future in their hands. Honorable Speaker, the Speaker early of the MK party, Honorable Nzama, says in her speech that as the MK, they don't subscribe to gender equality, which she referred to as 50-50. And then she turns around and say, abesifazane basacindezelekile, ukungawutholi umhlaba emakhaya, ukuhlukunyezwa, nokunye. Sasala ke sinokudideka ukuthi ikuphi abakumele ngempela. Kuleli parliament, the 2024 Women's Parliament, it actually highlighted issues such as gender-based violence, economic inclusion, and others. Kodwa ngithanda ukuveza futhi ngibonga ukuthi one woman owasukuma laphaya ekhalelo wesifazane onokukhubazeka noma uphila nokukhubazeka owayecelelwa indlu. To show Honorable Speaker ukuthi masiya kubantu, it's not talk shows. Honorable Duma, the MEC of Human Settlement, useyakhile indlu yalowo muntu okhubazekile. Kodwa ke angengihlale phansi ngingam-addressanga u-Honorable Mfeka kule ndlu somlomo. Kodwa ke angithukanga emva kweinkulumo zika Honorable Nzama ukuthi abanako ukuhlonipha abesifazane. It must be noted ukuthi u-Honorable Mfeka angimazi before, so akanayi evidence ya before and after ukuthi before bengibukeka kanjani. It is utmost disrespect for women and ukungahloniphi okusezingeni eliphezulu ekumele sikukhabe ngeenyawo zombili ukuthi unesithombo ukuthi abesifazane kumele babukeke kanjani ngokwe-expectation yakhe somlomo. Honorable Speaker, the ongoing scourge of gender-based violence is a crisis that demands bold action. It is not enough to have laws in place. We must ensure their implementation. The NFP calls for a dedicated provincial task force to monitor and evaluate effectiveness of program addressing gender-based violence. Uma sizibophezele kwakhena umphakathi olinganayo, asikwazi ukuthula lapha abesifazane bethu behlaselwa njalo ngemini. Iy'nsiza kusebenza zabesifazane ezifana nama-laboratory for DNA uma behlukunyeziwe sithi azibe khona esifundazweni sethu, kubalwa nalabo besifazane abasuke bengene ey'ngozini bangakwazi ukufihleka ngesikhathi. Ngithatha leli thuba ukukhalela abesifazane be-MK party abawu-6 endaweni yasemtshezi nabekuthatha isikhathi imindeni yabo ihlele emakhandleleni ngokungabikho kwalama facilities emphakathini yethu ukuthi bafihleke. Honorable Speaker, ngiyabonga.
The next member for 12 minutes is the Honorable P.N. Gamede of the MKP.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, or MEC, ama-members omkhonto wesizwe, Honorable umengameli wethu uJZ Zuma, mase ngibingelela ama-honorable members onke asendlini. Siyabonga leli thuba esilitholayo lokukhuluma ngendaba ejule kakhulu. Indaba ye-equality, indaba ye-GBV, nakho konke esekakakhulunywa ngakho. Kodwa ke ngizothi ngithathelele ngingenelele laphaya ekutheni uthi u-Abraham Lincoln ngelinye ilanga, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Sibonga ukuthi kunePhalamende elabantu besifazane elenzeka othukela. Ngizothikela abayisuccess ngoba ukuze simeje isuccess sisibone ngokuthi abantu bafike uma bebiziwe. Basondele bonke futhi bakwazi ukuthi bakhulume. Noma kusuke kuyisikhathi esincane ngoba izinto eziningi ezenzeka kubantu besifazane azikwazi ukuthuleka kahle. Ngifisa ke ukuthi ngike ngithi ukubheka kancane ukuthi injustice on sustainable economic development and growth iyona esibeka eyimeni ezenza ukuthi kube nephalamende lomama elinezithulo ezingakayana omama bekhala. Isombululo okucatshangelwa ukuthi zingasiza ekufezeni iphupho lokugqugquzela ukulingana nokulinganisa nokuqinisa ukudevelopha komuntu wesifazane. Ngifisa ukuthi uma sibheka i-theme esayinikezwayo okwakuthiwa accelerate equity and strengthen women development, siphinde sibuke incazelo ye-quality of life ukuthi i-quality of life it's a person's perception of the life in relation to their culture. Bengizocela ukuthi kuzo zonke inhlelo ezenzakalayo singayishiyi indaba yokuthi ku-acknowledge ukuthi abantu abaningi bomama bahlala ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya. So i-culture also plays a very, very important role in terms of resolving ama-problems abantu besifazane ababhekene nawo. Then we look in terms of values and goals, expectation and concerns. So umuntu mangabe kuukuthi lezi zinto zibukelwe kahle zabukelwe eduzane, then umuntu angabona ukuthi amaphupho akhe njengomuntu wesifazane emakhaya ayakwazi ukuthi afezeke noma umuntu wesifazane. Ngibongeke engifisa ukubonga ukuthi njengoba ababekhona ngaphambili kwami abakhulumi bayibekile indaba yokuthi abantu besifazane impela bakhona ezikhundleni. Kodwa ke mase ngiba nesiphakamiso kubantu besifazane ukuthi bantu besifazane izinto zibhidlika nje ingenxa ukuthi thina singabantu besifazane asikwazi ukusupportana. Umuntu wesifazane uma ngase kube khona ama-sessions esinawo ukuthi abantu besifazane bakwazi ukuthi bakwazi ukusupportana, not starting from the higher levels but siqale lapha kuma communities ezansi ukuthi lama community social cohesions awakabe khona aqinise ezansi kuma communities ukuze kuthi noma ngabe kubeka umthetho noma kwenziwani sikwazi ukuthi siphumelele. Ngibeka ukuthi kunenkinga la uma siza kwi-GBVF sinoneso yedwa kule province we-forensic. Leyo nto leyo isithatha isibekephi uma sinoneso yedwa nje we-forensic. Ithi noma ngabe kukhona abantu ababoshwayo makuza kwi-GBVF but lowo muntu ugcine ephunyulile ngoba lelo cala likwazi ukuthi lithethwe ngesikhathi because nangu umuntu lele emakhazeni nangu forensic uyedwa uhambela kanjani konke lokho. So siyacela ukuthi lendlu ikwazi ukubhekelela ukuthi kungenziwa kanjani ekutheni kwandiswe ama-forensic nurses in this province. Ngiphinde futhi ngithi ekugcineni kwami ngigcina i-SOS kusasetshenziswa leyo hlobo la 1999 mhlambe sekushintshile kulesi sikhathi kodwa besicela i-upgrading ka-SOS ukuthi uNkulunkulu wami ayisebenzanga kahle especially ey'ndaweni zasemakhaya le SOS ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sibhekane nalezi inkinga ezikhulunywayo. Enye into engifisa ukuthi ngiyibeke size sifinyelela la koma empowerment ukuthi abantu besifazane funeke ba-empowerishwe nani but ngithi endlini sike sayibuka yini ukuthi emakhaya kunezinto eziningi abantu abangazenza zokuthi bayithuthukise kunalokhu ke ngikubhekile ngezikhathi eziningi ukuthi ngike ngakubalula ngelinye ilanga kulendlu ehloniphekile ukuthi uma ama-talent abantu back emakhaya engabhekwa mase yasetshenziswa based on their talents then asizukuba nayo i-progress empilweni zabantu. Into engiyibona kuyazitshwa ukuhlakanipha kwabantu basemakhaya. Yingakho nje bengakwazi ukuthi baparticipate. Mase ngiyacela ukuthi kuke kubhekwe ke lezi zinto ngoba lezo zinto zenza ukuthi kudaleka amathuba emisebenzi. Yonke lento yo gender based violence, femicide iqhamuka ngempela ekutheni abantu abanako kokuyiphilisa uma sesibuyela emaqinisweni. Uma ngase kuthiwa abantu bayakwazi ukuthi bayiphilise, ngicabanga ukuthi kungehla ukuthi kube khona ukuhlohlolozana phakathi kwemindeni emakhaya. Uma ngase nje kubhekwe into kunezinto esiyibukelayo in rural areas uma ubheka ama resources, natural resources. Ngizocela ukuthi ngenze example kulendlu ukuthi imisebenzi MEC for economic development abantu basemakhaya bangakwazi ukuyenza so that we can prevent lento esikhala ngayo zonke izinsuku. For an example, ngiyawuthanda uceza, ngicathi abantu bayazi ukuthi yini nguthanda uceza, but kwaceza kunogwava for an example. MEC for finance, ugwava kune department yakwa agriculture inohlelo lokugenqa zonke izihlahla ukuze kuvuleleke izinto, but ugwava number 1 uno oil. If we were looking in terms of, I think it was in 2021, 100 gram ka guava was 800 rand, 100 gram. Why are we sifuna ama opportunities ukuze alleviate lama problems lawa esiwabonayo when it comes to GBVF, when it comes to unemployment? But let us look at the community-based resources that can be utilized by the people in the community without moving out. So when we are looking in terms of that, you are having so much berries and conjane. When you are looking at berries, ayakhathwa tons and tons of berries. What berries can make ink, for an example? So what we are trying to say, what are we trying to say as the MKP? We are trying to say, instead of looking in the bigger industries, let us look at the local industry to alleviate the challenges that we are having so that we can bridge the gap, your GPV. I will make an example. At one point, women in one of the rural areas, they started a project. When they started the project, there was interference of the rich local. There was no protection from the SAPS. But there was no protection for them up until at the stage where they had to stop. Remember, if people can start acknowledging not only the money capital, but the human capital, and respect the human capital, then leya ngungquthela or iparlamente elalisothukela belingenza kahle kangcono mhlambe kakhudlwana kunalokhu elikwenzayo. Ngiphinde futhi ke ngithi kuyinto enhle ukuhlanganyela, akufanele kuyekwe, but kanye nokuhlanganyela okusuke kwenzeka kuyabaluleka ukuthi at least asibe ne-outcome. Ake ngithatheke lapha eNanda, sinenkinga enkulu eNanda ye-GBVF. MEC upremier wethu ngiyacela siyabona ukuthi kunenhlelo nama-resolution ashiwo, kodwa abantu ekuyibona abalida i-GBVF ngikusho kuyiqiniso and I can stand for it, aba-involve in solutions ze-GBVF. We are having the chairperson we-GBVF endaweni yangalena eNanda. Ngithema ngimbuza ngezinye izinto what asizazi. Ngiyacela i-dissemination of information also is a problem. Ukuthi let us have the dissemination of the information so that singalibe sibuyele emumva ngezinto siqhubekele phambili, because if there is enough dissemination of information, if there is resources are spread athinte noma ubani, kungabi bikho ukuthi umuntu uphuma kweyiphi politiki noku yilokho engikuthola kubantu ezansi bengingaba ngconywana, but nje uku-enda engikhulumayo ukuthi ke siyabonga kakhulu ekutheni lendlu ikwazi ukuthi ithathe inxexheba yokuthi ihambele imphakathi umphakathi wasothukela sithole ukuthi umphakathi uthini. But ngicela sinote ukuthi izikhalo ezayikhalwe ngo-2023 beyikhalwa ngo-2024. Ngivale ngo-cyber security crime. I-cyber security crime siyibonile ukuthi kuthiwa resolution yakhona funeke kunyuswe imali nani nani. How about the education? because there is Cyber Security Act. Kunikezwe i-education, and even from department yamaphoyisa, there is a problem in terms of the cyber security trainings. So if cyber security training can be increased, because angiboni mina ukuthi kunabantu bakwa IT sekuzofanele kutrain amaphoyisa abo, funeka laba abacapacitatwe abakwa IT ukuze sikwazi ukulwa nebullying, silwe nazo zonke lezi zinto ezenzakalayo. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Gamede. The next and final speaker is the Honorable B.N. Sithole Moloi for 4 minutes on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. My apologies, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the African National Congress for entrusting me with the responsibility yokukhulumela i-ANC kule nkulumo mpikiswano ngaphansi kwetheme ethi celebrating 30 years of democracy, accelerate equity and strengthening women's development. This theme fits perfectly as it seeks to direct us towards the correct path. We need to take the women of this province a powerful reminder of how far we come from as a province, and while acknowledging the work that is still ahead of us. I rise to commend the women of KwaZulu-Natal for their remarkable unit and exceptional facilitation of the first smooth ever Women's Parliament. This ANC-led initiative continues to be an example of the ANC commitment to promoting gender equity and gender equality and empowerment of the women. This year's Women's Parliament brought together the female leaders from across the province and demonstrated the power of the women's collective action. I think, Honorable Speaker, I must also address the issue of saying that there is only one nurse that is doing forensic. According to what the department has outlined, is that there in every uThukela center and crisis center, there are nurses that are working as forensic nurses. I would like to address that as well, because that was said in this work Parliament. Honourable members, significance of the 16 days of activism campaign is closely linked to the important work of the Women's Parliament. Both these initiatives shared a common goal and helped to amplify the messages of gender equality, protection, and of the most vulnerable people in our society. And I commend the incredible work done by the government. One will ask as why I'm citing such. And I'm citing it, honourable members, because it is very crucial that we commit in line with our mandate to advocate, monitor, evaluate, and regulate the rights and empowerment of women and youth as entrenched in our constitution. Siyafuna ukusho ukuthi imisebenzi eyenziwa ngabantu besifazane ekuzithuthukiseni miningi. Kuningi esingakusho okwenziwe iParliament okuhle kuba lixoxe ngezindaba ezithinta ngqo abantu besifazane, nokuthi icommitment esiyenzile njengabantu besifazane siyafuna ukuthi iqhubeke ekuqinisekiseni ukuthi abantu besifazane bayanikezelwa indawo efanele emphakathini nasey'nkundleni ezifanelekile lapho kufanele babe khona. Ngifuna ukuthi ngisho ukuthi le ndlu ke iyakhombisa ngecommitment esinayo. Sifuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ke zolo lokhu besikhetha usihlalo lapha we-caucus yethu njengabantu besifazane kwiParliament. It shows the commitment esinayo njengabantu besifazane in advancing and promoting ama-issues athinta abantu besifazane. Le ndlu yanikezela ithuba uTreasurer wasinxusha sonke ukuthi ama-department must be gender-based budgeting, bangene kulokho ukuze ibudget yethu ibonakale iba nehlo ekugcizeleliseni nasekuqinisekeni ukuthi abantu besifazane banikezwa ithuba. There is also achievement that has been made and the resolution that has been taken in the previous Women's Parliament. I think all department has shown the interest and have responded in the previous resolutions, and we are expecting them to also respond to all the resolution that we have taken. It is with that, Honorable Speaker, that I stand here to represent and say and congratulate the women of KwaZulu-Natal from all the political parties, and also indicate that MKP must also talk of 50-50 and also implement 50-50. We see a lot of men instead of women. Thanks.
Thank you. The next member, we've come to the end. Now we're going to call upon the chairperson, Honorable F.A. Masiko.
Thank you very much,
For 5
Honorable
minutes.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker, one must firstly appreciate all the honorable members who have come forward to participate in debating a report for the Women's Parliament. I think konke Honorable Speaker abakshilo ama debaters were in line with what the women who had participated in the Women's Parliament had said when an opportunity was presented for us to do an evaluation and assessment of how the Women's Parliament was implemented. They have said, Honorable Speaker, that they are passing really their warmest appreciation as women coming from all the different political formations in appreciating the opportunity that has been given to the women from the length and the breadth of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. They feel the manner in which we have implemented a women's parliament and how it has been able to change from the notion of what was said before, usually ama sectorial parliaments asaba yikesh kakhulu. They feel we are able as women to assess the road that has been traveled by the government of KwaZulu-Natal in implementing our programs and interventions that respond to women and ensure that the livelihoods of women in the province have been improved. I do wish to reflect, Honorable Speaker, on and appreciate the contributions of the debaters. Firstly, Honorable Nzama, I think, raises a very important issue, honorable members, on the representation of women in Parliament, generally in South Africa, and probably specifically in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We must say, a lot needs to be done. We do agree, because you do see over time when you are looking at statistics that we are taking 10 steps forward, but also we tend to regress time and again. And what we need to do, Honorable Nzama, kubalulekile ukuthi mangabe sixoxa ngerepresentation yabantu besifazane emaParliament kwathina as political parties and coming from different political parties sinukwamakhwapha, and check what is the contribution of our political formations and even ourselves as members of these political parties in ensuring that the representation of women in Parliament is increased. Mangabe sibuka, I just want to make an example because it's important. Mangabe sibheka ama numbers don't lie. The first thing that we need to take, if I may just take an example from the MK party in Parliament, we are told we are having from the members of Parliament of the MK party, out of the 37 members of Parliament, only 12 are female. And I think that is not a picture that we can stand here and say we are proud of. So it's correct that when you are raising that issue, Honorable Nzama, you must raise it in conjunction with what are our contributions as the different political parties in seeing this picture that we are seeing in Parliament. Secondly, because it's also important to look at the leadership as well. If there is members that must be sent from the political parties to structures of the legislature like UWIPAR, you cannot say that as the MK party you are having 4 members in the WIPARI, but all 4 are male and there's no female. I think it's important, honorable members, when we speak of such, we must also do a soul searching because charity begins at home and should not stop there. We should look at the representation. Thank you very much, MEC Umadlopa Mthethwa, for your contribution. It's important for us to not leave anyone behind. Rural women are equally important. They have a contribution to make in ensuring that the South Africa that we are living in is a South Africa that caters for everybody. And thank you for reminding us of the programs that the provincial government is having in ensuring that the livelihoods of women in this province is improved. I think it's a radical step forward, and we welcome it. In terms of the issue of the visit that you have had to the uThukela care centers, we must also commend the government for ensuring that the uThukela care centers have been set up, but it's not enough. We must ensure that we're having ama-uThukela care centers akwazi ngempela ukuthuthuzela abantu besifazane mangabe befikile kwama-centers ethu require intervention. Honorable Kika. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. We are going to ring the bells. We're going to ring the bells for 2 minutes so that we're going to ring the bells for 3 minutes so that we vote on the report. Okay. Honorable members, are you sitting in your seat, your allocated seat, ne? All of you? Okay, it's fine. Now we'll be doing the same exercise because we don't want to take for granted that numbers have not fluctuated. Umnye umhlonishwa usehleli lapha ezihlweleni ke Honorable Mbatha. Ngiyacela uba ayinguwe wedwa ngikhethi. Honorable members, Nobala, are you there? Chief Whip baningi abantu esebe bangabikho.
Ikhona Bondokazi.
Honorable Dlamini. We will go party by party, Nobala. Let's confirm for MK.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 27 members physically in the House and 4 connected virtually. It's a total of 31.
Do you confirm, Honorable Mbanjwa? It was Kampuleke kakhulu 31.
Yes, Speaker, confirm.
Okay. EFF, Nopala?
One physically in the House, Madam Speaker. Nobody virtually.
We are confirm, Honorable Nkosi?
Yes, I confirm.
Okay. NFP?
One in the House.
Honorable Shinga?
Honorable Speaker, yes, I confirm NFP ngobuningi bayo.
Yeah. Honorable Shinga is the leader of all members of the NFP in the House. DA? Nopala?
10 physically in the House and 1 connected virtually.
Dokotela?
Madam Speaker, that is confirmed.
ANC? Uzobangibani babuzuma lapho who's going to be coming?
12, including the Speaker physically in the House and 2 connected virtually.
How many?
12, including the Speaker in the House and 2 connected virtually. It's 14.
Okay.
It's confirmed, Honorable Speaker, all the ANCs here.
Okay, Honorable Mavimbela.
Of the left.
IFP?
11 physically in the House and 1 connected virtually. That's 12 in total.
Do you confirm IFP? Oh.
Confirm, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson Ostakov. Let's tally the tally. Kuyashoda yini mntana enkosi ndibona usubala nangezandla. Mntana enkosi ndibona usuwenze nje.
Total number of members, including Speaker in the House, is 70.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We are starting the voting. Thank you, honorable members. We have now come to the end of the debate on the 2024 Women's Parliament report. The House now needs to vote on the 2024 Women's Parliament report as per the request of the Standing Committee of Quality of Life and Status of Women, Children, Youth and Disabled Persons. I now put the question to the House as follows. The House agrees to approve the 2024 Women's Parliament report as indicated. Prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I will start with MKP.
Honorable Speaker, we as the MK party supports the report. Thank you.
EFF.
Thank you, Sangam. The Economic Freedom Fighters agrees and approves the Women's Parliament report. Thanks.
NFP.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, asikho isizathu engisaziyo esingenza singayamukeli le report. We support the report.
DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the report.
ANC. Actually, whoever was saying that is very sexist.
Umbutho wabantu kwinqola emasondo-sondo uyayimukela le report, Honorable Speaker.
IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Women are the best. The IFP support the report.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? If there is none, Nopala, may I ask for the tally of the votes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those in favor, 69. Those against, no. Abstentions, no. And the Speaker does not have a deliberative vote.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote as follows. Votes in favor, 69. Against, nil. Abstentions, nil. The ayes have it. And that concludes voting on the 2024 Women's Parliament report and brings to the end the item on the order paper concerning the 2024 Women's Parliament report. We are now going to break for exactly 45 minutes of lunch, and then we come back. We come back after that and finish the debate.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Welcome back, honorable members. We now move to the next item on the order paper, which is a debate on the audit findings and SCOPA resolutions for 2023. And we will start off the debate by the report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts on audit findings and the resolutions of the committee for 2023. And the report will be tabled by the chairperson of the committee, of the Standing Committee, the Honorable T.J. Proteseth, for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members. The Standing Committee on Public Accounts met during October 2024 to consider the responses to the audit findings of the Auditor General 2023-2024 audit outcomes and selected provincial departments and entities. Prior to each hearing, the committee again received a briefing from the Office of the AG and then the Provincial Audit and Risk Committee. These briefings included an audit opinion history of the department or entity and a finding on the key focus areas, which are as follows: supply chain management, human resources, compliance with legislation, investigations, irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, material misstatements, material irregularities, underspending, predetermined objectives, unauthorized expenditure, and consequence management. The briefings included an analysis of the root causes of the findings and recommendations on how to resolve them. The briefings assisted in preparing committee members for the hearings. So the committee then met with the following departments and entities: the Department of Agriculture, Rural and Development, as well as the Agri-Business Development Agency, Ezimvelo KZN Wildlife, Itala SOC Limited, Department of Education, Department of Social Development, Department of Transport, Department of Public Works, and finally the Department of Health. Regarding the hearings that took place, there is unfortunately not enough time, Madam Speaker, to report on every single issue in a report of 100-odd pages. And although some departments and entities have improved or remained stable, I'm generally not in the business of congratulating fish for swimming. I would, however, like to focus my time on highlighting the following issues of concern. Audit findings. The committee was extremely concerned that some of the departments that received the bulk of the provincial budget allocation had attained qualified audit opinions. These are the departments: Health and Education. The Department of Education continues to have recurring findings on the quality of its performance information and compliance with legislation. The Department of Health was qualified on the valuation of removable assets, completeness of irregular expenditure, expenditure for goods and services and accruals, and payables not recognized. Poor records management over official and performance information continues to remain a challenge. Accounting officers and senior management did not set the tone to foster a culture of accountability and commitment, as they did not consistently implement policies and procedures relating to effective consequence management. Irregular expenditure, the big bugbear. It should be noted that all irregular expenditure has dropped, but is still unfortunately high in value. Irregular expenditure must be investigated in accordance with the national framework and submitted to Provincial Treasury for condonation. It is worrying that most of the irregular expenditure has not yet been condoned. KZN remains on the top of that list in the country. The irregular expenditure of the current year is decreased to 5.48 billion from 7.37 billion in 2022-2023. We are grateful for that. However, 4.93 billion has not been dealt with. This does not give a good picture in as far as management of irregular expenditure is concerned. The top three auditees who incurred irregular expenditure are Health, 3.2 billion, Transport, 1.6 billion, and Sports, Arts and Culture, 180 billion. The main drivers of our irregular expenditure are non-compliance with procurement processes, requirements and contract legislation. This has had negative impact on the government's socio-economic objectives of empowering previously disadvantaged individuals and small businesses. Another primary driver of irregular expenditure is goods and services not being procured at market-related costs. While compliance with legislation has improved, some key departments continue to struggle to implement adequate consequence management. This has led to an environment characterized by a lack of discipline and accountability for transgressions. The accumulated irregular expenditure from prior years has also not been properly addressed through recovery, condonement or write-off processes. Provincial Treasury could not condone most of prior years' irregular expenditure, primarily due to a lack of supporting documentation submitted by the departments, remedial action and corrective measures not demonstrated, as well as evidence of disciplinary action taken against the officials, responsible officials not being provided. So in summary, irregular expenditure happens and the department does nothing about it, or cannot display or show that it did anything about it, and therefore it remains uncondoned. Accounting officers and authorities were notified of 24 material irregularities on non-compliance and suspected fraud. Appropriate actions were taken to resolve 17 material incidences, but however in 4, no appropriate action has been taken. When we come to supply chain management, the general disregard for the adherence to supply chain management regulations has again resulted in large sums of irregular expenditure being incurred across most departments and some public entities. This includes the failure to adhere to tender regulations, competitive bidding processes not being followed, the failure to obtain 3 quotations, failure instances where not all services were delivered at all, tax clearance certificates not being obtained from service providers, conflict of interests, not following local content regulations, payment on expired contracts, month-to-month contracts, and inaccurate or irregular expenditure registers submitted to Provincial Treasury. The committee believes that stronger disciplinary action needs to be taken by accounting officers against officials responsible for incurring irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In most cases, expenditure is incurred due to deliberate disregard for supply chain management regulations and the lack of proper planning and the lack of capacity of staff and financial positions. Now, where the rubber hits the road is where you come into the actual achievement of targets. So we have the public ordinary schools, education. The department achieved 83% of its target, but has spent 83% target in 2023 and 2024, which is an improvement from 2022 to 2023, where it was 60%, but the budget for both fund years is what was spent 100%. District health services, same thing, 54% in 23-24, 49% in 2022-23, but 100% of the money was spent. Transport infrastructure, they achieved 37% in 2023-24 and 71% in 2022-2023, but only 99 or 100% of the money was spent. Housing development, a very similar situation. In 2023-24, only 12% of the target was achieved. The year before was 21% achieved, but 93 and 90% respectively of the budget was spent. If the targets are not met, the trust will erode among stakeholders such as public funders, resulting in a reduced public funding, future funding. This creates a negative perception. Non-achievement of service delivery targets causes non-negative lived reality for citizens. My apologies, Chairperson. Sorry, Speaker. Interdepartmental transfers to public works for infrastructure projects. Client departments are not paying public works on time. This is one of the big things that came out of the hearings. Public works is a massive problem. They are financially constrained simply because client departments are not paying them. This is one of the strongest resolutions that the committee took. And we want to suggest that going forward, if client departments want something done by public works, they should put up a 50% deposit. We are, however, heartened by the fact that the MEC of Finance has informed us that in future, when client departments want something done by public works, they will in fact, that money will in fact be ring-fenced to cover that. In conclusion, Chairperson, and I will get into this a bit more detail in my secondary 5 minutes because this is a lot I had to report on. In conclusion, I just want to thank every single MEC, every single public official that has tried to pay ball. I will touch on that just now. I would also like to thank all the officials, the support staff to the committee who assisted, and then finally I'd like to thank the members themselves who managed to put politics aside and create a unified SCOPA team for the work ahead over the next 5 years. I thank you all, and I will comment further in my next 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. The next member to start the debate is Honorable S.S. Magubane of the MK for 12 minutes.
Yeah, you're right. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Province of the KZN, members of the Legislature, Leader of the Opposition, uThukela, the Chief Whip of the Opposition. We have received the report of SCOPA. We have actually deliberated on the report while there were hearings taking place. We went deep with the departments about the Auditor General's findings on all the departments that we met with during October and November hearings. What we're going to emphasize as the MK party is that we know that much of the work that was done out of the audit report findings was done by the 6th administration. So at this moment, we will give the 7th administration the task, or will give them the chance to make sure that they follow the recommendations of the AG. It is easy to all departments that had many issues. From now on going forward, they must make sure that they make the AG's findings their guidelines in order to sort all the problems that are within the departments. Before I go forward, Madam Speaker, let's applaud the departments that has done well. According to AG's report, there are departments that did not have issues, that received good report from the AG. We can count the KZN Legislature, the Provincial Treasurer, the Office of the Premier, COGTA. However, the economic development, Fundisu Umhlonisho Zondi, however, we must also highlight where we have noticed some issues that were brought to us by Auditor General of South Africa. On economic development, Honorable Fundisu Zondi, let's put a close eye as well on the Moses Kotane Institute, which on the budget speech was quoted to us as an NPO, and we have also noted that it's not reflecting on the current speech of the MEC of Finance. It's not reflecting currently on budget estimates. So let's dwell on the Moses Kotane Institute and ensure that all the operations are happening accordingly and they're going accordingly. Let's also applaud Itala, both the Itala Development Finance Corporation and Itala SOC Limited. We have noted on the Auditor General's report, MEC of ATIA, that Itala is very much improving when it comes to the controls and their operations. According to the AG's report on financial and shareholder practice, they were on the green. On procurement and contract management, they were on the green. Strategic planning and performance management, they were on the green. Expenditure management, they were on the green. Asset management, they were on the green. Consequence management, that's where they had a bit of issues. That the board of Itala promised that they will follow up on consequence management that are outstanding, that haven't been finalized. Revenue management, they were on the green. Liability management, they were on the green. Annual financial statements and annual reports, they were on the green. Let's give credit where it's due. Itala is doing well on that part. However, we can also notice the siege that Itala is under. We can even note that it's just white monopoly capitalists who are trying to hijack Itala, disguised as some government authorities, putting Itala under administration, whereby there is no need to do so. Itala is a bank of the state that is working with the province of KwaZulu-Natal. How can Itala be declared as a bank that is almost looking like a pyramid scheme? We won't agree to that. Mfundisu Zondi, I heard you day before yesterday trying to defend the capitalist. You cannot go that path whereby the capitalists are on a run to bring down our Itala that was founded in KwaZulu-Natal. Anyway, Itala was established by your own leader, who's the founder of IFP. You cannot go to that path and disappoint your own leader and allow capitalists to put Itala down in that manner. We're noting that this so-called under Prudential Authority, the repayment administrator that is supervising Itala, we know their interest as well, that their interest is not much on the issue of Itala being mismanaged. It's not mismanaged. AG has proved to us that Itala is not mismanaged. Itala, everything they're doing it according to procedures. So we will fight and support Itala as one of our banks of KwaZulu-Natal. When it comes to other departments that did not do well, health department in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we want to re-emphasize to the management and top officials of health that department was very slow to implement appropriate system over the performance reporting due to financial systems related constraints. The HODs and the management and the CFOs of the Department of Health must make sure that they put plans in place to make sure that their systems during the period when they're working before the Auditor General comes, they put proper systems that will assist them in order to give proper financial statements. The inadequate of oversight and monitoring from leadership that was lacking from a health department. That is also affecting the quality of health care in clinics, shortage of fast moving medicines, and shortage of staff in the clinics. We also urge that Department of Health look into that so that whenever Auditor General comes back to do another audit, then we will know that better results will come from that department. It's not a scientific measure to put in place. You just simply follow the recommendations of Auditor General in order to receive a better report for the next financial year. So those are the things that they need to do. Consequence management, legislative violations that are happening in the department. The management of the Department of Health must ensure that consequence management is put in place in all managers, whoever it is in the department, who's not following the proper procedures, either on procurement, either on SCM processes. They must put measures in place and make sure that consequence management is implemented into those managers. Education, MEC Shomuga. On AG's report, it was also reflected that in some SCM's processes, there is conflict of interest. You, as the accounting as well, officer of the department, as a main member of the department, ensure that your management in the department, they stick into the processes. Put measures in place. We need now to start putting preventative measures. We cannot always act as we are a forensic department. We work just to get results. We work after results. We cannot treat ourselves like that. We put preventative measures. Where we see that there is a lack in the department, we put controls. And we follow up and monitor those controls and do oversight, proper oversight. The AG's report, MEC Shomuga, did highlight that there was no proper oversight. Not that there was no oversight, but now you need to strengthen the processes of oversight, monitor the department. There can be no issues of children going to school and then not eat during the hours when they at school. So those issues are the results of oversights that are not done in the department. So Department of Transport as well, the report was also highlighting the consequence management as one of the factors that is not being implemented in the department. We need to put consequence management as #1 factor in the department so that no accounting officer or head of department will not do his job. And so that no improper processes gonna take place in the department. In order for the department to work well, everybody must work according to the controls that has been put in place. In order for the department to work properly, it must follow the recommendations of the Auditor General's report. It's easy. You don't look on the other stuff that it was correct. Concentrate on the recommendations of Auditor General's report, then the department itself will fall in place. Because what was recommended by Auditor General is what is wrong in the department. So fix what is wrong, don't concentrate to what is right, keep that as a standard of the department, and then look onto what the Auditor General has said that needs to be fixed. Then everything will fall into place. We as the MK party, we're giving you a chance. As the 7th administration, while you're still around in oppositions, we're not sure how long you're gonna be, but while you're still there, do your stuff. I think I've finished, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
The next person is the Honorable LJ de Klerk on behalf of the IFP for 12 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is this time of the year again when we look at the Auditor General audit outcomes. In essence, it's a report card to see if our departments have delivered what they set out to do. Government sets forward policies. These policies are formulated by politicians to achieve a fair and equal South Africa, taking into consideration the needs of all citizens of South Africa. The state is tasked by the government to give effect to these policies through government programs to realize the government of the day's aspirations. We as a government, or if you prefer politicians, depend on the professionalism of the state or civil servants. If the state fails, in their duty, the consequences are that service delivery will be inadequate, ultimately resulting in the suffering of the citizens of South Africa. If this happens, the consequence will be that the government will be removed at the ballot box. One of the main tools to ensure that people of South Africa do not suffer but prosper is effective oversight. This is the most important task given to us as legislators. It is our responsibility to effectively oversee the various departments and entities. This starts with the different portfolio committees that needs to oversee each department, and hopefully these members sitting on these committees have specialized knowledge regarding the departments they need to oversee. Additionally, there is the Finance Committee, which acts as an umbrella for all portfolio committees, and lastly, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. That comes in after the fact from which examines whether departments has achieved their goals properly by reporting their spending, complied with legislation, and also report on performance achievements. Honourable members, what is clear is that the departments are supposed to have professional management and competent civil servants. We as legislators work hand in hand with the management of these departments, starting with scrutinizing their budgets and regularly calling departments before the relevant portfolio committees. The Finance Committee also calls departments on a quarterly basis to check if they have reached their targets as set out by themselves in their budgets and performance plans. SCOPA plays a critical role in oversight as well. Notwithstanding all our efforts, the Auditor General report card says the following: institutionalization of controls brings about improved audit outcomes, while a lack of consequence management hinders. Thus, consequence management must be enforced at all levels to foster a culture of zero tolerance and accountability. Accounting officers and senior management must regularly monitor the effectiveness of preventative measures to improve the overall control environment. Honourable MECs, you are also tasked to oversee your departments, senior management, and demand enforcement of consequence management. Dear MECs, please take note of the proverb, the buck stops with you. The American President Ronald Reagan famously said, "Government is not the answer, but the problem." Members of this House will agree that it is often frustrating to realize that we are let down by the state. Those who we trust are professional and tasked with rolling out service delivery often fails. What is the consequences of such failures? Unfortunately, it seems not much. Officials stays in place while politicians gets removed during elections. There's no consequences really to civil servants. This is the closest we get to politics in this legislature. The rest of our work is of a technical nature and also being on the ground in our constituencies to oversee the effect of government programs or departmental programs to better the lives of our people, of all South Africans. It is thus indisputable that notwithstanding from which side of the House you are, it is your task to see to that department programs get rolled out efficiently and effectively. Without this understanding, we will never have an efficient and effective developmental state. Now, notwithstanding all our efforts, only 45% of KwaZulu-Natal departments received an unqualified audit with no findings. Another 45% receive unqualified audits with findings, and 10% receive qualified audits. Dear honourable members, please understand that a clean audit only means the financial statements are free from material misstatements and that there is no material findings on reporting performance objectives and non-compliance with legislation. Most new MPLs were shocked to learn the low threshold that is needed to receive a clean audit. And a lot of questions was put to the Auditor General in this regard. Notwithstanding this low threshold, many departments still fail to get clean audits. Only 2 departments improved their audit outcome. 16 departments' audit outcome were unchanged. 3 departments regressed. It is clear that there are weaknesses in performance planning, reporting by departments and reporting on credible delivery, namely reporting on performance information not valid or accurate, or reported performance not complete. 89% did not report properly on credible delivery and 2% had material findings. The root cause was reported achievements were often not validated against supporting documents, or the available documentation was insufficient. Poor record keeping, excluding KPI from the performance plans, resulting in service delivery decisions that are made based on information that is not reliable, which may lead to poor decision making. There were also non-achievement of targets set out by departments. Examples are education, reported on an achievement of 0% against a planned 100% for percentage of learners in schools are funded at minimum level. Health reported underachievement of 74% against a target of 85 for TB client treatment success rate. Transport underachieved on several road-related targets. This is just to name a few. Honourable members, please take note that the impact of not achieving targets are as follows. It erodes trust among stakeholders, such as public funders, resulting in reduced funding, future funding. 2, create a negative perception, public perception. 3, non-achievement of service delivery targets cause negative life reality for citizens. Irregular expenditure stays a problem. Health Department irregular expenditure 3.23 billion rands, transport 1.69, and as was previously said, sports 180 billion. These are just the main contributors to irregular expenditure. The impact in irregular expenditure is negative impact on government socio-economic objectives of empowering previously disadvantaged individuals and small businesses. 2, goods and services are not procured at market-related costs. We all know that there is a declining state of financial resources. Both the Department of Education and uThukela is in a financial vulnerable position. A further 8 of the departments report on accrual adjusted deficit totaling 6.9 billion rand. At the year-end, 7 departments reported having an overdraft on their bank balance, and 9 of the departments faced a cash shortfall that will be covered by next year's budget. 10 of the departments and entities took longer than 30 days to pay their creditors, and the most worrying of them all is the unauthorized expenditure, increasing astronomically from 11 million to 1.28 billion rand. In the current year, of which the Department of Health was the biggest contributor at 1.5 billion rands. In our province, 24 material irregularities were found by the Auditor General, resulting in material financial loss of approximately 552 million rand. The misuse of material public resources, substantial harm to the general public, and also substantial harm to public sector institutions. The worst of all is that no department acted on this before notification by the Auditor General. According to the Auditor General, there is a culture of non-accountability in our departments and entities. That is what the Auditor General says, not us. There is also a declining financial health and inadequate control within our departments, and further inadequate intergovernmental planning and coordination and support. It is no wonder that the report and the resolutions of SCOPA consist approximately 100 pages. This alone is very worrisome, but also a good thing, as it shows SCOPA is doing its work properly. Honourable members, it is our responsibility to hold who is supposed to deliver services properly accountable. And that is our main purpose for being here, So I make a clarion call to all members to do their oversight diligently, to not fail the people who voted for us. Please do this without fear and favor. It is time that consequence management is taken seriously. If we fail in this regard, we will fail as a legislator. We will fail the people of South Africa that needs our assistance. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Before I call the next member, Honourable Dex, akahluphi ngokujwayelekile Honourable Seme ngoba usho ukuthi mayihlele kuze kwakho kuzawuhlupha. Don't disturb Honourable Seme, Honourable Dex. The next member to take the podium is Honourable MC Fraser for 4 minutes on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, Honourable Mthombeni, Honourable Members, I greet you all. This report of the Standing Committee on Public Account is a reflection of the ANC-led government's unwavering commitment to principled leadership, responsible governance, and a tireless pursuit of excellence in public service delivery. The audit findings noted an improvement in the KwaZulu-Natal provincial audit outcome for 2023-2024, with our KZN Legislature, Dube Trade Port, Housing Fund, Gaming and Betting Board, Traditional Levies and Trust Account, Department of Economic Development and Tourism and Environmental, Provincial Treasury and the Office of the Premier and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, maintaining the clean audit opinion for another successive financial year. Ithala Development Financial Corporation also improved and obtained unqualified with no findings, whilst the Department of Transport improved to obtaining an unqualified audit, albeit with findings. This positive trend goes far beyond mere numbers on financial statements and speaks directly to the impact of government to the lives of our people. This is in line with the ANC's state transformation agenda that aims to continuously build a corruption-free government that effectively uses public resources to better the lives of the majority, especially the poor. For the fear that political expediency may cloud this crucial factor to some honourable members, it is actually as a result of this transformation agenda of the ANC-led government that even produced these objective and independent institutions such as the Auditor General, which provides us with clear, comprehensive and objective reports that we use as tools to improve governance in all areas where we govern. Departments must therefore heed to the recommendations of the AG to ensure accountability and compliance to acceptable financial accountability on the use of public funds. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, for instance, must implement effective action plans to address significant internal controls deficiencies relating to compliance with SCM legislation and to deal with other irregular expenditures cited. In continuing to robustly play our oversight role as members of this august House, will be closely monitoring the filling of the crucial vacancy in the CEO position of the Agribusiness Development Agency, as well as their turnaround strategy. We further welcome the control measures that have been implemented by Ithala to prevent future irregular expenditure, and some of the controls include maintaining an up-to-date contract register, allocating owners to each contract. All contracts are monitored by the SCM department, and SCM process starts 6 months prior to the expiry of the SLA. Honorable members, our collective resolve to ensure economic recovery that will guarantee a better life for all underscore the need for vigilant oversight to ensure that recommendations are implemented. Abantu bathembe thina, siyabonga. Thank you.
The next member to debate for 8 minutes on behalf of the DA is Honorable Emma.
Madam Speaker, MECs, and honorable members, greetings. Today I rise to discuss some of the critical findings and resolutions presented in the SCOPA report. This report sheds light on both commendable progress and areas of concern within our provincial departments and entities. It is imperative that we confront the pressing challenges exposed by the findings of SCOPA and the Auditor General. These findings are not merely administrative observations. They reveal critical failures in governance that directly affect the lives of our citizens. The results are both a call to action and a sobering reflection on our shared responsibilities to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Managing the public purse is like tending a community garden. It requires a collective effort, careful stewardship, and proper long-term planning to ensure it benefits everyone. And of course, we must work hard to uproot all the weeds and their seeds. A recurring theme across departments is the absence of accountability and robust leadership. The lack of timely investigations into irregularities, poor record keeping, and inadequate consequence management foster an environment where inefficiency and misconduct thrive. Managing public funds without consequences for misuse is like locking the door but leaving the window open. Very concerning is a whopping 4.93 billion rand of accumulated irregular expenditure from prior years, which has not been addressed through recovery, condonement, or write-off process. Now, why is this? Simply because departments did not submit supporting documentation or even provide evidence that some sort of remedial action, corrective measure, or disciplinary action was taken against the responsible officials. This cannot be right. No matter where you work, especially if you are working with money, you must account. Even cashiers that work on tills have to balance at the end of a shift. If they are over, they are in trouble. If they are under, they are also in trouble and must pay in. I am told that if a cashier is continually over or under, it is grounds for dismissal. However, here we have officials responsible for spending billions of rands with no documentation to show for it, and there's no action taken against them. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "The time is always right to do what is right. The reluctance to deal with misconduct encourages repeat offenses and is very worrisome. If you let the thief go, you are inviting them back for more." As Honorable Bratuseth has rightly emphasized, consequence management must not be a theoretical exercise. Accountability must become a reality for every official entrusted with public funds. Now, the AG noted that a failure to align planned targets with budgets undermines service delivery and erodes public trust. In the Chair's report, he touches on the achievement of targets versus the actual budget spent. It appears that it is becoming more costly to achieve lesser. As the SCOPA committee, it is our job to shine the spotlight on this matter and continue to hold these departments to account, which we will do. Now, education spent 100% of their budget and achieved only 83% of its target. Transport spent 100% of its budget, but only achieved 37% of its target. Health spent 103% of its budget, but only achieved 54% of their target. Let's take a closer look. Now, because of ineffective monitoring and oversight of the Nkongeni Hospital upgrade, it resulted in a 21-month delay. This delay impacted the lives of some of whom walk long distances to access health care. Women who need to see a gynecologist, pregnant women, and even mothers with babies who need neonatal care. All were inconvenienced. Now let's look at human settlements, who spent 93% of their budget, but only achieved 12% of their target. Because of inefficient project management procedures, it led to a delay of the Umbulwane area housing project. According to the AG's report, this community had been waiting for 19 years without housing. Some still in mud housing, and due to a lack of security, 3 of these houses that had been built were completely vandalized. Now, residents are not interested in reasons for lack of service delivery, incomplete projects, or delays. However well articulated these reasons may come across as, residents view them as excuses, empty promises, and government failure. Now, the public service, honorable members, is a privilege, not an entitlement, and public funds are a trust, not a treasure chest. The funds we debate here today are not ours. They belong to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. This budget must not only reflect fiscal discipline, but also a commitment to delivering tangible results for every citizen of this province. We must visibly see the lives of our people improve. I believe that as the government of provincial unity, we have already started taking some positive steps toward dealing with corruption and maladministration, which is very encouraging. Our commitment must be to transformative action, ensuring that when we gather next year, the report reflects substantial progress and fewer repeat findings. The road ahead demands courage, integrity, and accountability. As stewards of public resources, let us rise to this challenge and honor our commitment to the people of this province by keeping to the resolutions and turnaround strategies in place. Those departments that have achieved clean audits underline the possibilities of accountability and adherence to financial management principles. It can be done. I thank you.
The next member, order. Order. Honorable Makubane. The next member on the order paper is Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF for 4 minutes, but Honorable Twala had submitted an apology. Therefore, we'll go to the Honorable C.M. Shinga of the NFP for 4 minutes. MEC Shinga.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the report highlights systemic weaknesses in internal controls and record keeping. Departments must embrace digital platforms for real-time expenditure tracking to prevent irregularities and improve transparency. We must also ensure that budgets align with realistic and achievable targets. Imali yabantu bethu kumele isetshenziswe ngendlela ebonakalayo futhi ehloniphekile. Honorable Speaker, the report reveals a persistent issue with financial mismanagement. Furthermore, it also underscores the dire consequences of inadequate consequence management. Despite some improvement in reducing irregular expenditure, to 5.48 billion. Historical backlogs and unresolved cases continue to plague the province. The lack of decisive action against officials responsible for financial irregularities fosters a culture of impunity, perpetuating the very issues we seek to address. The NFP insists that strict enforcement of consequence management must accompany these findings. Beyond disciplinary action, we must empower departments with the necessary training and resources to establish stronger financial controls and improve compliance with the legislation. Only by addressing these root causes can we ensure that the public funds are directed towards meaningful service delivery that improves the lives of the KZN citizen. We therefore propose the following. Prioritize rural development, allocate budgets effectively for rural infrastructure, including schools, clinics, and roads. Empower women and youth, implement programs that provide resources and opportunities for women and young people with strict accountability measures. Enhance transparency, require public reporting of departmental expenditures to rebuild trust. Enforce consequence management, hold officials accountable for financial misconduct through swift disciplinary action. Honorable Speaker, the SCOPA report is both a warning and an opportunity. It is a warning that systemic issues cannot be ignored, but it's also an opportunity for the government of provincial unity to correct course and build a province where every child has access to education, every woman is empowered, and every youth has hope for the future. Let us not fail the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Let us rise to the challenge driven by the values of transparency, accountability, and justice that the NFP holds dear. Together we can create a province where governance works for the people, not against the people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next member on behalf of the MK is the Honorable Dr. K.B. Mbanjwa for 12 minutes.